Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. When you say it with such
conviction
in your voice.
I think I've got the pronunciation down. That's been my biggest focus, is making sure I can pronounce.
Would you be Michael-san?
Michael-san. Yeah.
Michael-san. Dude. Because in Japanese there's two different like dialects, isn't there?
There's
one that's more like westernized, or
language based. So there's 3 different writing systems.
Yeah.
And one's katakana, which is
katakana.
Yeah, that's spelled like beer is biru.
Biru. Because I remember when we were going for bar runs with these people we met, these Americans. We were, it's probably casually racist, but we were just adding ooze to the end of everything to get around. But most of the time they understand what the fuck you're saying.
Yeah, I do the same with English. Like, oh, really? I do all that stuff all the time. I know it's highly racist, but makes me laugh.
What is it like being a white boy in Japan? Was it learning? For everyone who doesn't, most people wouldn't know this. So Michael reached out to me after, I can't remember which podcast I dropped, and he was saying he lives in Japan and he listens to the podcast, and now he's down in Adelaide briefly for a bit, so we thought we'd run one up because I thought it'd be interesting to talk to a white boy that lives in Japan.
Yeah, that's right. I'm what's it like for being in Japan? It's
Is it as good as when you visit?
I think the best way to see Japan for me is to visit. Because visiting is like everything's new and like sparkly and neon lights, and you're excited because you're there on a holiday. But then living is a very completely different story. It's like living everywhere in the world. You know, you have bills to pay, insurance, all that kind of crap that, you know, like everyone else has to do in their lives in Australia. It's the same. I think it's much more complex though, because of the language barrier. So you got to figure out how to read all these really fucking complicated forms, understand like Japan's way of doing stuff, and heaps of stuff is still paper based. Like, good example is changing your address. Like, how easy do you think it's to change your address in Australia?
You can do it in 3 phone calls.
Yeah.
Change your address, your gas.
Yeah.
All your bills.
Even online you can do it in some cases, but in Japan you've got to go to the place, you've got to get a number, you got to wait for your turn, and you go and speak to someone for 5 minutes and tell them what you want to do, and then you have to go back and wait more, and then they get you back, and then you've got to do more and more stuff, and there's all these checks and balances. Like, when I went to change my address, it took 3 hours to change my address.
Why are you moving?
Yeah, why are you moving? Who are you? Like, why
are you
a
Russian fucking spy?
Yeah,
you're a fucking spy?
Yeah. But it's like that, and I was fuming, and my wife hates it and I start to hate it as well, because I'm like just this Aussie complainer. We complain. Coming back to Australia, I realised just how much people complain about everything.
We love a good whinge over here.
And I'm part of the problem as well. But like in Japan, like if you complain, you become the problem.
Yeah.
So it's really hard lesson to learn, that you have to just accept that things are going to take 3 hours. Like, me and my missus did IVF a couple of years ago, and we had to wait like 5.5 hours at the hospital. And all they do is say, "Oh, just please wait a little bit longer." But they don't tell you what's happening. So you just, fucking hell, man. Like, why is this taking 5 hours? And then you go in for like a little brief thing, and then you back out again. But yeah, it's one of those things, living as a foreigner in a regional city as well, is you just have to accept that things are different. And if you complain, you may as well just fucking go home.
I went to... My favourite Isaka I went to, I was talking to you about it before, they had the sake bottles on the wall with everyone's name. It was old. And the food, like, it was the nicest food ever. It was the nicest drinking food. She served me, like, pork trachea.
Oh, yeah.
Like, cut up and just deep fried.
Yeah.
And it was just crispy, cartilagey fucking pork.
Yeah.
It was delicious. And I was talking with the salaryman that I was sitting next to. And I asked him what it's like living. And he said, much like you, to visit, it's amazing. But when you live here, Japan's such a well-oiled machine and cog that if you even slightly try and turn this way, you're going to fuck up the whole cog and you're going to feel it.
Yeah.
You're going to feel the wrath.
Absolutely. I came in with that mindset because I'm always like see a problem, or not see a problem, but see like an opportunity, go in and try and fix it. And there's things in Fukushima where I live that could probably work better, like, maybe, programs to help younger people set up their business or whatever. But there's nothing like that. So kids end up just going away to Tokyo or going away to the bigger cities. But then every time I come in and like talk about that and think of ways to, suggest to do things better, it just falls on deaf ears. So, but that's also a really good learning lesson for me, man, is like, just pick your battles as well. Like, you don't have to go in and say that you think something else is wrong just because you're used to it being a certain way back in your home country. So there's a lot of like acceptance, and that just takes time. And I think so. I've kind of been coming and going from Japan for years, but I moved back here a couple of years ago because we were doing the IVF, as I said. She got pregnant. I was going to go back to Japan for the birth, and then we'd come back to Australia, and that kind of hasn't worked out that way. So I ended up quitting my job, moving to Japan, and I spent, like the last year there solidly. And it's a really good way. It takes about a year to settle in, I think, in a place like that, because you just try to resist so much because you're trying to put everything into the perspective of how it is back home, and it's just not. So then after a year, I did actually come back late last year for a couple of months with my wife and my son, and that was really good. And we thought, oh fuck, Australia, it's all about Australia now. Beach, coffees, cafes, and nice places to go for the kid and all of that stuff. And then we went back to Japan at the end of October, and something happened, and we're like, nah, I don't want to go back to Australia now. And so we really fell in love with it. And I mean, circumstances brought me back here for a couple more months. But I really like it now. It just takes time to settle in.
Yeah, it looks like what draws me there most is the food culture. And just saying that I would move somewhere purely for the food is fucking ridiculous. Because that is literally the only reason that would draw me to Japan. Yeah. But besides that...
You'd be surprised though, because like people's lives revolve heavily around food in Japan. It's such a big part of the daily culture, and you have a big chunk of your day for a break because you have to work so long. You generally get like maybe an hour or hour and a half for lunch. So people are researching what they want to eat for lunch, and then they go and line up and spend most of their hour and a half lining up for food. But you probably see that more so in Tokyo. But and then for dinner, because they're outside from their home, so they got to go somewhere to eat, or they've got to go out drinking with their boss and this and that. So everything's around food and drinking and going out.
You got to, if your boss offers you to go out to drink, you have to fucking do it.
Yeah, it's not like Australia where you can say, oh, I've got Timmy's got soccer tonight and I've got to go home and
fuck Timmy.
Who's Timmy? Timmy's it doesn't mean anything.
Your child, your fucking wife's child.
Yeah.
It's not yours. You're drinking.
It's exactly, that's right. It's like work is primary, then family, then yourself.
What are they all doing though? I see them all walking around in suits.
Yeah.
But like, what are they doing? Like, what's the biggest, like, what's the office job over there? Is it because there's so much paperwork? There's so many office related jobs?
There are, and I think there's also, it's also to give people purpose, because obviously the systems are out of date and stuff like that compared to here and the rest of the world, because everything's digitized and efficient. You can go and do whatever in a matter of moments here, which is great.
Which is so weird because Japan has so much other things that it's way more efficient at than the rest of the world. Like just walking around in the city and just how things are organized. Like there's so much, so they're so far ahead in so many other aspects.
Yeah, I think it's like just checks and balances because no one wants to be the person who fucked up. So that's why when I changed my address, she ended up taking it to 3 other people to look at, and then they all check. So I guess everyone's accountable in that situation. It'll still be her fault, but you
looked at it.
Yeah, it's like no one takes ownership over there, but that's also like it's not their fault. It's the way that
the system's made.
You brought up in that environment, so you know you don't say what you think if you've got an opinion about something. So yeah, you just kind of like, okay, I'll get it checked and make sure that everything's right because I just want to keep my job. But yeah, I got a friend who I used to teach English to, and she's been at Mitsubishi. It's like heavy industries. It's got nothing to do with the cars or whatever. But yeah, she's been there since she graduated university, and it's one of those places that people just end up doing nothing because there's nothing to do. Like once you've done all your spreadsheet work for the day, there's really nothing to do, but you're forced to stay around until the boss leaves. So yes, she's the type of person that researches what kind of food she wants to have every day, or what rock concert she wants to go and see. And yeah, I
still stand by the fact that Motsunabe is a better soup than ramen.
Yeah,
I'll stand by that.
Yeah.
That's actually probably not a soup. I guess your class is like a hot pot, but
yeah, it's definitely it's in the soup world. It's just got, I don't know what constitutes a soup really. Maybe it's just without the ingredients in there that makes it the soup.
How did you go? Like, were you a person that would eat offal and shit before Japan?
Yeah.
So you weren't like too fussy?
Yeah,
an eater?
Not too fussy.
Because I feel like if you're a fussy eater in Japan, you're going to struggle.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember a friend's friend went to Japan and they went on a motorbiking tour. So they hired some Harleys and cruised around the country and whatever. And then when they got back, I was asking them how their trip was. And it was lovely. The scenery was great. The people were nice and this and this and this. And she said, the only thing is that they haven't got the food quite right there. Not like Australia, so...
That's what Spanian said.
Yeah, really?
Spanian was saying that Japan's food was poo. Because he just went to Hong Kong and he said Hong Kong's food's amazing, which I have heard Hong Kong is like the best food city in the world. Mm. But he was saying, let's be honest, Japanese food's shit. And I was like, no way. Mm. You have, like, that's just not the case. He said it was the weakest of the Asian foods.
Yeah, right. I don't know what he's looking for, though. I know he likes his food, but...
I don't know. I guess you can say that Japanese food might be the most simple. Like, if you're putting it up against, like, a Southeast Asian cuisine where there's, like, the most pungent, like, in-your-face flavors and it's so fresh and it's, like, you know what I mean? And it's real heat to it and there's so many herbs. Whereas, like, a Japanese dish might be just... some fucking raw beef on rice with an egg yolk on it and like a sauce.
Yeah. I think that's it. If you're going, and maybe it's a research thing as well, because I reckon he could have found some food that he liked. But
it's endless. Like it's just endless food. I could eat yakitori every day till the day I die. Every single day.
It's that's what makes it hard about going to eat Japanese food here, because my friends go, I eat Japanese
There's
food.
There's no Japanese food here, not like there.
It is, and it just makes me feel like a huge snob, but it's not the same.
The closest, like the nicest yakitori spot we have here is probably Show out the front of Show.
Yeah.
But even that, it's nothing. Like the quality's amazing, but the technique and the execution is like on the lower end of Japanese yakitori. That would be like a street food.
Yeah. I think also like when you go out and eat as well at like a yakitori bar, mum and dad kind of yakitori place, is the service. Like the service is as important as the meal itself. Like, because you go in and hey Sab, how's it going? Like, and they're really friendly, and they'll make you feel like you're the most important person at the counter at that time until you leave, and they'll wave, you know, outside until you've left and they can't see you anymore.
The food service in Japan was actually almost borderline annoying how good it was sometimes. Like, literally I went to a katsu place. It's really famous though. It serves really thick pork katsus.
Oh yeah.
Or no, beef. These ones were wagyu katsus. And it serves it in like a set with miso soup. It's got like a couple venues and it's really famous. Can't remember what it is. It was really nice, and they serve a shredded cabbage on the side. And literally everyone, whoever walks out, they will put down what they're doing, stop cooking, and all of them will turn around and wave until you leave.
Yeah. It's nice. It's the term, without going into too many Japanese terms today, it's called omotenashi, and that's like a real it's the service. It's making you feel like you're the most important person in the room, and even if they've had a bad day, you wouldn't even fucking know.
What's it called?
Omotenashi.
Omotenashi.
Yeah.
It's actually a pretty simple language to like pick up, but hard to learn, eh?
Yeah.
Like, it'd be easy to learn to get around,
yeah,
but to actually learn all the intricacies of it, it would be fucked, because there's like fucking so many different blocks to it.
And there's like also, like, do you know senpai? Have you ever heard that word before, senpai?
I've heard the word, I don't know what it means.
You got senpai and kohai. So senpai is like the leader or the older person in a group, and then the kohai is like somebody that has to look up to the senpai, and senpai can just basically talk down and talk however they want, language wise, and also I guess respect wise. But yeah, like that kind of culture is it's hard to learn all those intricacies, because if you've got somebody that's older than you or more senior than you have to talk to them a certain way.
Yeah.
But then I think with me, in my case, in my little world, is that those rules don't really apply, except a lot of younger dudes, like, 'cause I know a lot of skaters and stuff like that, they just run up to me and are super polite, super respectful, and you don't know what to do as like an Aussie who's never really, like, somebody's younger than me doesn't really kind of have that same level of respect, but they're like, oh, how are you? It's good to see you. And
13-year-olds in Morpheville to get fucked, throw a shoe at you.
Yeah, that's right.
They don't give a fuck down here.
Yeah, so like, there's lots of different intricacies, but yeah, I think like for me, how I learnt Japanese, I couldn't speak it for years, like just too shy, don't want to make a mistake, embarrassed, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I learnt by getting on the train, and like because you've been there, there's like in the trains there's all the advertising and stuff everywhere, so I just kind of like, oh, I've seen that character or that letter before, and oh, what's that? Go home and research it, and then I made some. So this is all before very early internet days, so 99, 2000 or whatever. Just make these flashcards with all the letters and stuff, and just go through it until I remembered them all. And then when you get on the train and you get to a train station, you can start to read the station names and the characters, and like I learnt to listen and read first. I can't write very well because it doesn't really work as well as if you're left-handed, because I just smudge everything, and it's so like intricate writing all the characters and stuff. But yeah, like and then speaking is just from traveling by myself. Traveling alone puts you in situations where you're like, there's bound to be people who don't know any English, so you've got to step up. And I think when you step up in those situations, it's like you can have a whole new level of enjoyment and fun, because you're making an effort to get down with their level,
and it also unlocks heaps of shit.
Oh yeah, my experiences, like, I'm pretty kind of like, I don't know if I'm secretive, like I'll tell you anything about my life, but I kind of really like my life the way it is, and I don't really want to post about every aspect of it online or whatever, because it's really pure. It's really fucking, it's like shit that no tourist gets to do. Is like, going riding on a bicycle through the mountains, and just going out to all these places, hot rod shows and drifting and stuff, and I'm like the only dude there, so like from overseas, So it's like a really, like, you feel like you're a special guest kind of thing.
Niche experiences.
Yeah, it's
like,
wicked.
here's my white friend.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it used to be like, here's my white friend, but now I think, like, with all of that as well, is you've got to be you got to take the piss out of yourself as well. But they see that as you know, like making jokes and trying to be part of the group. So they love it when you kind of put yourself down and, you know, like, because I don't know if you know the word Gaijin, but Gaijin is foreigner.
Yeah.
And the main, like the full length word is like Gaikokujin or Gaikoku no hito. And that, like, that's a polite way to say it, but I just, like, Baka Gaijin means like stupid foreigner. So I just refer to myself as the stupid foreigner. If anything goes wrong, it's like, that's my fault.
That's
like,
so
I did
funny.
It,
yeah. Did you have, this is a fucking weird question. Did you have any experiences when you first got to Japan? Whenever I would go into like a club and I'd go to like a public toilet or something, they'd always try and look at your hog.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
It is a thing.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Because I was talking to the dude, shout out to Michael, the American guy I met over there that I went out with a lot. And one day I came out of the toilet and then he went in after me and I was like looking at him and I was like, oh man, quick question. He's like, I've got a question for you too. I was like, do they keep looking at my pants? Yeah. And I was like, why are they doing that?
Yeah, I think like they just want to know. They're curious. I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything like other than that. Because like I was at some really nice hot spring one time and with some mates and this school like high school kids came in and of course I'm sitting there, foreign dude, and like they started going talking about me and like they kind of dobbed one of the guys in to go and walk past me and do the full peer over my shoulder and then go and report back to the rest of the group. And then they're like, yeah, he went back and just giggling away and shit. But yeah, they do. But I think you've also got to go and just be fucking brave, because it's not culturally acceptable to get your fucking dick out in a change room here. Everyone's like,
when I went to when I was in Japan and I just went to scope out an onsen at a place we stayed, I went upstairs. I wasn't going to go in because I can't, but I want to look. And I've just looked in and there's just all these men just cocks out, little boys, and I was like, oh, this is fucked. This is so weird.
Yeah, but it's like after living there for a while, you kind of get it, like, because like my father-in-law, he takes my son in for a bath and stuff like that, but everyone in the family does. And the first time you kind of hear it, it's like, I don't know about that. But then you kind of have to think on that side, is that there's absolutely nothing untoward going on there.
There's no gay stuff.
No, there's nothing. Yeah, it just takes you like time to wrap your head around, I reckon. But yeah, when I go to the hot springs now, like I used to have the towel over me and try and just like curl up into a ball so no one really knows that there's a foreigner coming in, but they know.
Have you seen Godzilla -1?
No.
You've never seen it?
No.
It's like, I think it was like movie of the year in 2023. It was like the best movie of the year, and it came out in December. It just fucking sweeped up all of the awards.
Oh, right.
It was like one of the latest installments in the Godzilla series, but it was heavily based on like the bureaucracy and corruption of the Japanese government. Like it was because they didn't want to tell anyone. They're like, we can control this. Like we can fix this. But it was, most of the story was about like that. Like the government trying to be like, no, this is good. We can figure this out. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Like, but it's such a fucking good movie, and I think it gives a real insight into like the whole Japanese political system, which is very like secretive and very.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if I'd say oppressive, because Japanese people don't seem oppressed to me. They seem like they do live in some sort of fear, though.
Yeah, there's a fear. There's a lot of like apathy about what the government can or does and doesn't do for them, and I think that all kind of came to a head when
COVID?
No, Fukushima, where I actually live. So when they had the tsunami and the nuclear meltdown, so the electric provider called TEPCO, they just went into full damage control, but mainly to protect themselves, not anything to do with protecting the people that affected. But yeah, just lying about certain things, and like I don't know the full details of it all, but there's a lot of information out there that suggests that
We're in the fucking Morphvo, if you can't tell. It's
Yeah,
the
right.
fifth police car that's fucking...
Well, I like the dulcet tones in the background. It's making me pay more attention to the
It's
conversation.
the most ghetto podcast in the world.
Yeah, but like there's a lot of things that the government do and don't do. Like with what they do in Fukushima, by the way, everyone that goes to Japan should go and check it out because it's a really awesome place. But where it was impacted by the tsunami and stuff and the nuclear fallout, they've come in and taken topsoil and stuff away for the last 13 or 14 years to try and make it livable again. But as for the exact level of radiation in those areas, it's not really clearly understood. But there's a drive to get people to come back because they need to recover economically. And so you kind of you don't know a lot of things, like even stuff like I use this as an example to people. It's like buying you buy eggs or something here and it's like free range, like 100 chooks per 1,500 acres or whatever the fucking thing is. But in Japan it just says eggs, that's it, eggs, and where it's from, and that doesn't say if they're cage or free range. Same with meat, it just says Brazil chicken on there, and like you don't know, you can't really make an informed decision. So, but also Japanese people don't really care about that stuff. I ask my wife about stuff all the time. She's like,
The food standards in Japan are so much higher than the West, though.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Like, just, it's so, like, the food at the 7-Eleven's better than a lot of restaurants here.
Yeah, it's really good. They've, it's so good how they get just enough food so they have like a delivery. We live near a Family Mart, that's my preferred convenience store in Japan. But the Family Mart comes like, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and one like in the middle of the night. And they always just seem to have
the
like,
perfect amount
of food of everything that you need. And there's very few times I've gone in there and they haven't had what I need. And yeah, the ordering system's great. And like things like rice balls, because they've got some rule about rice is that you can't keep it on the shelves for like any longer than like 12 or 18 hours or whatever it is, because it starts to get bacteria in it. So after that, they reduce the price of them. So if you want to roll the dice, you can go and buy a cheap rice ball, but then soon enough there'll be some new ones on the shelf.
The onigiri is so good, man.
Yeah.
They got one with like is it the umeshi, the plum?
Yeah.
The sour plum. They got one with umeshi in it.
Yeah.
So fucking nice.
Yeah, absolutely. That real sourness stuff is awesome. Yeah.
That's my flavour profile. I love sour. I love anything sour or like pickled or fermented.
Do you like umeshu? Like
the wine, the plum wine or the spirit? Yeah, it was fucking delicious.
Yeah, it's real good.
They were mixing it with soda water as well when I was there.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
I was getting like highballs of it almost.
Yeah. How good are highballs?
Highballs get you so fucking drunk.
Yeah. But yeah, you can get them here. They only cost you like $18 for a highball, I've noticed. So I tend not to drink it all because it's so fucking expensive here to do anything.
Yeah, in Japan it's like $4.
Yeah.
$3.
Yeah.
I was buying... I remember, I don't know, apparently they call it Tokyo fever. Like when you first get to Tokyo and you realise how cheap it is to drink and like eat. And then you go fucking wild the first night. Yeah. And the first night in Tokyo we were in Shibuya, which apparently is one of the more cheaper parts of Tokyo because it's got so many college students and uni students and shit. And we went to this like basement. I got like 6 dishes of fucking food, had maybe 10 fucking 500ml beers, and it was like $30. And I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And then the night just went boof. I just started drinking, and getting Japanese drunk is so fun.
It is. I think, like I always say this as well, is because Japan's such a safe country, you can go out and have fun on a whole new level.
Yeah.
You can get like rat ass drunk, just spewing everywhere, falling over the place. No one will do anything. Like, no one will come and help you, but they won't come and do anything to you as well.
Don't get robbed or anything.
Yeah, it's really. But then, like, I drink a little bit here and there, but like when we go out, you can just get like nice and like happy drunk and don't have to worry about, like, no one in your like circle of friends as well is ever going to go and, oh, he's been looking at me funny all night, I'm going to fucking smash that cunt, and like all of that kind of stuff. Yeah, it doesn't happen. So, and maybe even like that phrase I told you before, the omotenashi, that applies
to
that.
Just, the whole civilization.
I'm just going to bottle it up and
take this out of my wife when I go home.
I hope not.
Hope not.
So yeah, but yeah, it's like it's really, really weird. Yeah.
I really, really, really want to go back, but I want to go back. Like I said, I want to go to those towns in between the big towns next time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's definitely a good way to see it, especially now with what they call it, over tourism.
Japan's fucking copping it for tourism the last 4 years.
Yeah, they must be, someone in that picture must be loving it from the finance point of view, and like the tourism's really propping up the economy, that's for sure, because how it feeds out, but it's really only going to like Tokyo and the airports and Osaka and all that stuff. But when you go up north, man, you don't see many foreigners.
Where's north? Is far north would be like Hokkaido?
Yeah, anywhere like, so
Sapporo.
Yeah, or even just, so you got mainland, so you got Tokyo, and then Kanto is the what's considered greater Tokyo, so there's like 20-30 million people in that area, and then beyond that is when it gets out to the regions, and I live in the region called Tohoku, which is the northeastern region.
Yeah.
So yeah, anywhere from there north to the top of the mainland and Hokkaido. Hokkaido is probably a bit more cosmopolitan.
For snowboarding, tourism and shit.
Yeah. But yeah, Hokkaido's got, I think it's called Niseko, which is pretty popular. Yeah, but definitely that Tohoku region, it's really calm and peaceful. You see, I think that probably the main types of like tourists you'd see is Chinese and South Koreans, but you wouldn't see many Aussies or anything like that, Americans.
Do they get into, like, when you go out drinking and stuff, do you see many like fights or?
No, like, I've never seen a fight. Oh, back in the day, like late 90s, yes, because the Marines used to come off the ship in Yokosuka, which is like maybe a couple of hours from Tokyo, near Yokohama, and then come up to places like Roppongi and just let loose. They've been on a ship for a couple of weeks and they're just like itching to like pick up girls and get fucked up and start fights with anyone.
My dad, when he was in the Navy, went to Yokohama briefly. He said it's nice.
Yeah, it's got
a lot of industry, doesn't it?
It is. But also like Yokohama cities. I went there for a hot rod and custom show a couple months ago. That was really good because they got Americans bringing their rods over to Japan, as well as, I think there's some Mexican cars as well. Just in in Yokohama, it's really cool. But yeah, it's like a really cosmopolitan place as well. So because it's in a bay, there's like the ocean, people running and exercising and all that, parks and stuff, which you don't really kind of see as much in Tokyo. So it's become more of a livable city. But there's Kawasaki and some of those cities in between Tokyo and Yokohama, which are big for industries. So yeah, where I live is big for industries, where there's Canon and there's lots of like lens makers for cameras and stuff like that. I don't know what other industries, and the army is based there as well. So because they're ramping up their defense budget in Japan.
Fuck yeah, they should be, because fucking Trump's going to start World War Three.
Yeah, that's it. I know.
Trump's about to fucking cause it all.
Yeah, and like even outside of that, you just one day we were at the hospital, and there's like news of North Korea just pissing off Japan. They launched a test missile over the top of Hokkaido, and like you just see a picture of this old guy standing on the street just watching this missile flying over his head. It's like, is this going to land? Is this going to start something today? I think that the things that I kind of live in fear about, but also I've started to learn not to let them control my life, is earthquakes, North Korea and China fucking up Japan and Taiwan, and like all other natural disasters. And the bees in Fukushima are like 5 times the size. Yeah, they're called murder hornets. They are huge, and they're scary, man. Like, because they apparently one bite is
painful,
but the second bite can give you anaphylactic shock and you can die from it. So you can't escape the bugs. Tokyo doesn't have any bugs, I think, because it's
too many people. And
it's just concrete everywhere. But where I'm near the mountains and lots of water sources and stuff, so there's mosquitoes, these things called abu, which is like a horsefly, and they sting, and you're just like going out for a run thinking like, oh, this is great, and then this big bee or a horsefly just hits you in the face and stings you. Makes a good day go bad quickly. So,
do you remember the first time you experienced like a natural disaster?
Yeah, I was
like a really bad one. Or have you been lucky not to experience one?
I've been lucky. The most of the times I've had them, because there's 2 types of earthquakes, I think. So there's ones where the plates go over each other, and it feels like a bit more like a swaying type of thing. And then when the plates kind of rub up and down like that, that's when it's really volatile. And I haven't had too many of them, but it hasn't really been that bad, touch wood. But my wife experienced that big earthquake in 2011, and it completely derailed the train that she was on, and she was stuck on this train for hours. But they're lucky where she lives, where we live, it's kind of away from all of that. But if you were on the Pacific Ocean side, anywhere around the Fukushima area, you just would have been fucked. You'd have no chance. And even getting to higher ground would be okay. But then, like, how strong's the building at the bottom? Because I don't know if you've ever seen it on YouTube. The water's just like trickling into, above the waterline and coming into the towns and stuff. And people were kind of just sitting there going, oh, look at that. That's not really a tsunami. And then 10 minutes later, there's cars and houses and stuff just washed away. This black kind of water going through every possible crevice it could find. And just like, it went so far inland. So when you go near where it happened, all you see now is like just rice fields. There's just rice fields, and they grow rice for fuel and solar panels and stuff like that. But before that would have been livelihoods, people's houses, shops, all that kind of stuff.
Now it's just fields.
Yeah, it's just fields which they'll never build on again. I've heard people, like, I think it was a bunch of American people were going in and it's like, oh, there's a skyline there, and just coming in, like, fleecing this skyline that's got all these radioactive particles and dust and stuff in it, and just taking it back to America and probably selling it. But there's so many of those, like, there's heaps of good cars everywhere in Japan. But I've heard of people doing like that kind of stuff, just going and taking, what was someone's car and making a profit off it.
That's fucking so funny. Americans don't give a fuck.
Nah. So
do you see America? Do they see America in Japan how we see America here? We just look at it for like comedic value.
Yeah,
but it's more of a fear probably to Japanese people, because they're going to poke the bear with China heaps, and then the first people China are going to fuck up is Japan.
Like with I don't know, as I learn more about it, so like post-war Japan, like they were just really broke country. and the American government wanted them to kind of like, start doing something about it. So they started to kind of like show them what American culture could be. So it's like that 50s culture, driving around a nice like Chevy, listening to jazz music, got a new like fridge and television and all those kinds of things. And like they really started to promote that American culture as being like a way forward. And then Japan kind of like made a bastardized version of that, and then their economy just went like huge right through to probably 1990. So yeah, like huge economic growth. But in that time they kind of like have this like really, they idolize American culture. Like even now my mates love LA, like Chicano culture.
They have like a little America in Osaka.
Yeah, like things like that. Hip hop culture in Japan, like I love it because it's like it's everything you want. Because I play music, it's everything, and I don't want to go and play music and like worry about a punch up or any kind of like outside of the culture, that specific reason you're going to watch a show like happen. So you go to a hip hop gig in Japan, everyone's like hugging each other and fist bumps, and it's all just about the music, the clothes, the appreciation of the music. Same with the Chicano stuff. There's no like gang stuff at all. They do all the hand signs and whatever, and they got wicked cars, but they do the clothes. They appreciate the culture so much.
Just not the murder.
Yeah, just not without the murder.
Without the murder or the drug trafficking.
Yeah.
Or human trafficking. Just all the fun parts.
Yeah, that's right. It's kind of cool. Like I can see how, someone who, you may or may not like that, but I think it's really nice because it makes it more of like a community, because everyone supports everyone's. If you're a hip hop artist and you're a hip hop artist, it's like no kind of like beefing or anything like that. We're all trying to make this one scene get bigger and support that. So I kind of like that.
What excuse me, I'm fucking yawning.
That's all right.
I can't get a deep breath.
Yeah, it's riveting conversation on my part.
No, yeah, it's fucking terrible. No, it's good. Do you you just said you play instrument. What instruments do you play? Do you do music?
Yeah, I grew up playing guitar, so from when I was 8, and then I went to TAFE and did music, and I auditioned to go into the jazz course at Adelaide Uni, and I got in, and it was crap because, like I had a flying V. Loved Jimi Hendrix when I was a kid.
I had a fucking Axel, who's from Kiss? Axel Rose.
Ace Frehley.
Ace Frehley. I had an Ace Frehley flying V guitar when I was a kid.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And it's just like a real kind of, the jazz scene was a bit like snobby. If you didn't like this guy, or you didn't have this leather jacket, or smoked this kind of like cigarettes or whatever, then do you really even like jazz? So I quit that, and then I moved to Japan shortly after that. But while I was in Japan, I started playing bass, because I played in some like Aussie cover band that it's like they used to play like the Embassy and things like that. Aussie Embassy for their quarterly catch up thing, and they'd get people from the embassy themselves and diplomats and whatever together for some like drinks, and they'd be playing cheap wine and horses and that kind of stuff in Japan. And then I played in some bands when I came back here, and kind of like a bit of rock and roll and like stoner music, because I just love playing real dirty, heavy sounding bass. But then, because there's not much of that in Japan.
One of the best guitarists in the world's from Japan at the moment.
Who's that?
Ichika. I got him up here for you so you can have a look.
I think I know that.
He's a freak. He's like, it's not, it's just, he does stuff with.
Yeah.
I don't know what he looks. I'm fairly sure he's Japanese. I don't want to say. He might be Korean.
No, he definitely is.
Ichika sounds Japanese to me.
Ichika Nito.
Ichika Nito. This guy here. Wait up. I've never heard of this one, but put that up so everyone can see it. Turn that down a bit. This guy's a fucking freak. He's got a hell strange guitar as well. I like it. It's like the new wave of guitars. It's like got no
head
on it.
Yeah.
He looks like he's from Harajuku.
Yeah.
At what point is that not guitar anymore?
Yeah. Man, he makes whatever he's doing look real easy.
Just like him sweet picking and makes it look like he's not doing anything at all, but he's doing everything.
Yeah, it's definitely like an evolution of guitar playing for sure.
Yeah, there's him and there's Tim Henson.
Yeah, from Polyphia.
Yeah. It's him and Tim Henson are really like probably the two at the top of like the I guess you'd call it math rock, people call it.
Yeah.
Because it's like just a science project.
Yeah.
That's so fucked.
Yeah. How could you remember all
There's
this
so
shit?
much to break down. He's like palming some things. He's like muting some strings. He's sweet picking.
Yeah.
He's fucking finger picking and he's hybrid picking. So he's picking and he's using his fingers at the same time.
And he's already played like 5,000 notes in minute 34. So, So you play guitar as well, do you?
Yeah, but I don't practice like enough at all anymore. I can still pick it up and I could play, but I would never reach like a real height in it.
Yeah. Did you play in any bands or anything?
No, nothing like that. I just used to play because I used to like want to learn some songs and some riffs from some songs that I used to listen to.
Yeah, nice.
Some Parkway songs and when I was a kid, some like Van Halen songs or fucking some Metallica.
Yeah, nice.
But besides that, I used to be really into like hair metal.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Van Halen, Led Zeppelin.
Yeah. Van Halen's fucking sick.
Van Halen might be the greatest guitarist of all time.
Yeah, I think...
for his era.
Yeah. If you put it into perspective, like he
was like what this is to that era.
Yeah, totally.
Because it was like always... It would be so fun in the 80s to go to a show because no internet back then. Zero internet. So you hear, there's this guy Van Halen playing. It's like, okay, let's go. I'm a metalhead, so let's go to this show.
Yeah.
You never heard of him before.
Yeah.
You go to this show, you take fucking 4 grams of mushrooms and like 2 acid tabs and smoke some weed and do some fucking cocaine. And then he gets up there and just starts playing Eruption.
Yeah.
And you've never heard that before.
Just change your whole
You're
life.
like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I watched this doco just last night about yacht rock. You know yacht rock?
No.
So it's like Doobie Brothers and like all these 70s bands and stuff like that. But Toto, you know Toto and stuff like that. Man, like that whole scene created a whole new scene of music that people are playing like and appreciating nowadays. But just some of the level of music that was out at that time and the cost of a ticket for one thing, you could go and watch like 5 or 6 of all of these bands playing one show and just the level of musicianship. But now I kind of hear stuff on YouTube, like people claiming that they're not actually, like I wouldn't, say that he's playing what he's playing, but they're not, some people aren't playing what they're supposed to be playing. They're like recorded track and they're just kind of miming on stage. What the fuck's that?
That would be so hard to replicate the exact same live. Like this live would be a very different song.
Yeah.
This is like, he definitely played this, but this was the best take.
Yeah.
It's mastered. Like, this is not... I've seen him play live, though, and he's just as good as that.
Yeah.
Same as Tim Henson. I've seen him play live.
Yeah.
But, like, these songs aren't made to hear live. These are, like, just... These are expressions of how good guitar can be.
Yeah, it's how... Yeah,
This is the top level. This is as good technique-wise as a guitarist can be. You can't be better than that.
Do you, like, kind of the technical stuff.
I don't like that as a song.
No.
To me, that sounds horrible. It's you cannot deny that's the most impressive guitar technique you've ever seen.
Oh, totally.
No one in the 90s would be able to play that. Not a single guitarist. No. The best guitarist in the world could try and practice that for 2 years.
Yeah.
They would never be able to play that.
Oh, yeah.
Like a Steve Vai would never be able to play that, or a fucking Eric Clapton would never be able to play that. And that's wild.
I love, in Japan, they say Eric Clapton.
Eric Clapton.
Oh, that always makes me chuckle. But yeah, like those guys are just like, they're Steve Vai. I love Steve Vai.
Have you seen the song that he did with Polyphia?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
I feel like they kind of left him in the dust a bit. I was like, oh, such a tough one to come, like, it's a tough one to stand out in.
Yeah.
And I felt like Tim just fucking ate him alive because he was going so good. And then Steve Vai was just doing this weird bendy shit. Still dope.
Yeah.
But it's like such a different style.
Yeah, that's right. It's good that they respect him enough to, and it's good for his brand as well because he's going to get a bit of like crossover.
Yeah.
So I like that. I don't like the over collab stuff that you see, like hip hop kind of. They're taking a song of a song of a song, and then
everything's sampled now though. There's no real like. I'll turn on the radio now. I fucking did it today. Something came on the radio and I was like, oh my God, I haven't heard this song in years. And it was just a remaster of another song. Someone sampled another song. That's all songs are now. They're just samples.
Yeah.
Big samples.
It's kind of like...
It's all rights battles.
Yeah. And it's also a piss take for the listener because, like, come on, give us something with a bit of creativity. Like, copying 3 songs and saying that it's your song isn't really, I don't know, maybe I just sound like a bit of a boomer now when I talk like that, but it's also like the level of creativity is not, it's not like that. Like
they love like hardcore and metal in Japan, eh?
Yeah.
Like hardcore bands do so well over there.
Yeah. Mate of mine is in a band called Hate Call, and like it's one of the only kind of hardcore bands I know around our area, but they try and get the community from other areas and they'll do shows together. But
it makes sense though, because hardcore's built really on anti-establishment and like just oppressed fucking societies, and Japan is like they're fucking pretty upset people. Or like they're pretty tired of fucking working office jobs and doing so that they would have that like revolt in them where they want to go to a show and punch and kick shit and be a bit fucking weird. Like there's not many avenues for that. Like in the streets everyone's so fucking shy, dude. I remember I like made a real mental note to not get like really fucking drunk over there. Like
how did that play out though?
Not well. But when I was drunk, I tried to really like rein myself in.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't be a fucking nuisance in the street. I wouldn't like walk up to people and go like just be a dickhead. Because in Australian culture, it's like rewarded to be a dickhead. And one night in Osaka, I got so fucking drunk and we were just walking around eating yakitori and I was just hammered, like blackout. I was like to the point I was standing up, and Osaka has these narrow ass streets, and I was like trying to walk and I'd just accidentally fall and like on the other side of the street and smash my head into a pole, and then I'd get back up and like my missus at the time was like, oh no. And like you see the Japanese people like, oh no. Just didn't know what to do. They're very shy and embarrassed people.
Yeah.
So to go to like a hardcore show and just fucking swing your hands and smash someone in the head and then have a beer would be phenomenal.
I saw Frenzel Rom there like years ago, and that was a really good show. So they had like Japanese band, a band from Israel in the middle, and then they had Frenzel Rom, and so people started rocking up like 6 p.m. or whatever, and they came straight from work wearing their suits and whatever, and then lots of the venues have a little coin locker, so they come in there, go get their clothes out from their bag, go to the toilets, and they come back with like a Shane Goes to TAFE Frenzal Rom t-shirt and Dickies on and stuff.
That's funny as.
And just go nuts for like 3 hours. Absolutely nuts. Like I got in the pit for that as well. And like I don't really kind of like push people around too much, but I was getting fucking slammed by everyone because they just let loose. It was great to watch people kind of just letting their hair down. And then the gig finished, get their bag out of the locker, change, and then get the last train home with their suit on.
Oh fuck! I actually have an informant in Japan, and I was like, "Can you give me some hilarious questions to ask another Westerner that lives in Japan?"
Oh yeah.
And he sent me a list. He's like, "Got ya." And he mentioned apparently there is like a celebration when someone finished, or like a big end of year work party or something.
Oh yes, Bonenkai.
Yes. Have you experienced the Bonenkai?
Yes.
What is it? Is it end of year, or is it like when you're leaving a job?
No, it's there's a few different ones, but Bonenkai, there's Bonenkai, which is usually in December, and then you have Shinnenkai, which is like in January or February, so the New Year's party. And Bonenkai, we just had one for, like, we got a bunch of blokes that go cycling, fixed wheel bikes and stuff. And yeah, you just lick it up, eat meat, talk shit. You know, someone inevitably takes their pants off at some point, runs around like an idiot.
Yeah.
Someone spews. It's that kind of thing. But I went to another one years ago. It was the skaters, like Bonenkai, and that was loose. That was really good. They do a game there where, like, a lot of Japanese have these games where you're not allowed to laugh, and if you laugh, you have to hand over some cash, and then whoever wins, like, takes the whole pot. So whoever makes people laugh gets all of that money at the end of it. So you have to go and do some, stupid whatever. It, like, no rules. You can come out completely naked.
What do you mean?
And just do windmills.
Are you like at a house?
This was at an onsen resort. We had like one of the convention rooms booked out. So everyone's sitting in these long tables. We're eating like sashimi and drinking beers and sake and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden they're like, we're going to play the no laugh game. And
is that what would a Japanese person call it?
It's called Warache Ikenai.
Warache Ikenai.
Yeah, so no laughing game. So, and then they say, here's the rules. You have to pay 100 yen or dollar or whatever, $10 every time you laugh. And then eventually they start picking people from the crowd. And like the person who's hosting the game kind of says, this is what you're going to do next, or you can kind of come up with your own kind of shtick thing. So yeah, I had to do this thing, and it's not funny. You can't explain it in English where it would be funny.
That's fucking hilarious.
But I had to say this thing, and I just kind of like would start whispering it into people's ears, and then I'd get progressively louder, and like I'd be screaming this word in people's ears, and like that, more not the recipient of that, but the people around were laughing. So I ended up like taking home $20-30 from that game. But yeah, like there's people coming out completely naked or wearing G-bangers, doing whatever. Like it's really like, yeah, no bar. Was it no
holds barred?
Yeah, that's it.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. So, and the Shinnenkai is very different. It's just like, okay, well, this is 2 weeks after the Bonenkai, so let's just have another opportunity to drink and welcome in the new year. But yeah, Bonenkai is like generally a very big thing. Everyone does it. Depends, like work, your mates, like your favorite restaurant might, like, just for the locals or whatever, they might do one as well. So yeah, it's cool fun.
That's so funny.
Yeah, the game is fun as well. It's like, oh fuck, I don't want to play this because they're gonna ask me to do something that I just don't want to do. Say something stupid in Japanese at my own expense, but then you get up and you just, because everyone's drunk, they don't care anyway. So it ends up being a good laugh. So
Japanese people do love to fucking drink.
They love to drink and they love to laugh, and they love, like, blokes just love any opportunity to kind of get down to, butt naked kind of territory, and it's crazy.
And we got... Have you ever attended a Japanese funeral or cremation?
Yes, I did.
Is that a big thing?
Yeah, I hope I don't have to say yes to everything and sound like a total dick. Because, I've done that. But yes, I did.
Is that like a experience over there? Is it a very big event?
Yeah, it was. So the guy who passed away, he had I think pancreatic cancer, but he was like the owner of this really cool bar. It's called As Soon As. And he's just like, any music is welcome here. Anyone who likes music of any kind, come, and if you're a DJ, hip hop, jazz, whatever. And yeah, like, he progressively got sick. He lost a ton of weight, but he didn't tell anyone that he had cancer. And then, all of a sudden he died, like, kind of November last year. And then shortly after, the process of somebody dying going to a funeral is very quick. So the following week they had a service at the funeral home, and there were hundreds of people there. But it was very different to what I imagine a normal one would be, because he said, come as you are, like, come as you would if you were coming to my bar, kind of thing. So
No, he's black.
yeah, so some people did the right thing by them and wearing a suit and stuff, and we got to see the open casket, place a flower in there and write a note card for his mum and stuff like that. And then just this weekend gone, they had a 3-day event for him at his club. Someone's decided that they want to keep the legacy going of that bar, so they held like a 3-day kind of tribute event. It's just like DJs for three nights, and like they kind of got all these, because he would have been 58 or something, so, and he really liked like 80s English music but fucking everything as well. But yeah, so he was selling off some of his like fashion that he had, but not selling, but like as a museum kind of thing, like, something to see, and all his jewelry that he used to wear. So yeah, that's the funeral experience I had. So
so in Australia, it would be interesting actually, because the funniest thing about any language is learning how they insult each other. So in Australia, if you really want to insult someone, you call them a fucking dog, or you're a fucking cunt. But because cunt can mean many things.
Yeah.
It can be very endearing, or it can be very aggressive.
Yeah.
Like in Japan, what's like a really fucking rude thing to say to someone if you're in the heat of an argument and you really want to like disrespect someone? What would you say?
Oh, there's like Yakuza kind of talk. They say kon no yaro, like when they talk, but if you just say shine, like, means die. It's like, but they don't have like a you're a fucking cunt or a dog kind of thing. But if you say omae shine, like something like that, it's quite aggressive. Saying, because you don't normally say I want you to die.
What do you mean by they go like
when they talk?
Really?
Like, yeah. Like, that's kind of, they roll their R's when they get more aggressive. And you listen to some of the Yakuza talking, and they go like, they're kind of that. It's like, that's not Japanese, but just kind of, they roll their tongue, and then they get real like start bouncing up and getting in your grill. But yeah, that's I've never seen it like in real life, just on the movies and stuff. Oh, and then I said to you before, I did see a punch up between Yakuza factions in Shinjuku one time, and
was it terrifying?
It was, but it was fun to watch from a distance. So
that, to me, so I have a massive love and passion for tattoo culture. I always have since I was a kid. And when I was younger, obviously being a YouTuber, I used to go down heaps of rabbit holes.
Yeah. And
one of them, there was this documentary series about Japanese tattoo culture in the Yakuza. I think it was called The Mark of Death. It was really good. And I started like getting into kind of Yakuza culture and like punishments and certain things they do, much like the Japanese triads, like they do not fuck around at all. Like the pecking order is the pecking order, and that's it. It's not like Australian bikie culture can be a bit wish-washy. One person's in a club this week and then they get bashed out of it and then they go to another club. It's like Yakuza seem very fucking well, or I don't know now that it's fallen apart a bit because of the Japanese government. I think cracked down on it pretty hard. But
I think you get, like, if you don't want to have anything to do with it, you've got to kind of I don't know how easy it is to get out of those things as well. Like, you see people on YouTube that are out of it, but or you just get exiled and probably can't be part of any gang. I'm not too sure, but I think that a lot of that honor is going as well as the older blokes drop off.
It's just the younger generation.
But I think that's happening a lot. Like, that's happening all over the world. But I mean, in Japan, you can start to see the cracks appear in that whole, really honor-built society.
So what happened when you were? So you said you seen them fighting in Shinjuku.
Yeah.
Shinjuku would be the loosest part of Tokyo, wouldn't it? I found Shinjuku to be like the grimiest, or not the grimiest, but like they got Golden Guy there. If you're into like illicit substances, that seems to be where fucking most people go to get it. Like the Somalians and the African people in Shinjuku generally have most of the substances. And like, not that I legit would know, but like Shinjuku to me it was the funnest. It was the best to eat in Tokyo. To me, it was the best place to eat, but it seemed like it was the wildest.
Yeah.
So what happened when you seen that fight?
Oh, so it was like just part of a summer festival thing. It's a festival. So and generally what they do is they have these little shrines that they carry, and each area has their own little shrine, and the people that are from that area carry the shrine, and they go to like a central spot and put it down, and I guess the festival kind of kicks off from there, but that's also part and parcel of it. But I think two of these shrines and the people carrying them went down the same street, and one wasn't going to give way to the other, so it just ended up in like full brawl. Cops came, and it's real aggressive stuff as well, like throwing like kind of like a bread tray. They're kind of the same as they are here, where they're really hard plastic on the corners, and saw someone just get smashed with this thing repeatedly, and just brutal. But then the cops come in and try and do this like tokenistic breakup and keep the peace and stuff, and also because it's a festival and there's people there, like families and whatever. But that's kind of scary shit. But in where we live in Fukushima, there's a place called Isaka, and it's a hot spring town, but there's a lot of mafia, like historical kind of families and stuff there, and they have it's called Kenka Matsuri, so it's like a fighting festival. So they get those shrines and they just duel each other, they ram each other with these shrines. It's fucking hard. People have died from it. And
what are the shrines made out of? Like timber?
Real heavy timber.
Yeah.
And everyone's like carrying them on their shoulder. So there'd probably be like, 30 or 40 people carrying these, and it's all blokes.
I was going to say, so the shrines are like the ones you see everywhere with the red.
Yeah.
Like the massive, like, gates.
Yeah. But it's like it looks like a little mini house kind of thing.
Those things are I saw the one that's on the beach. You got to catch a ferry to go there.
Oh, Miyajima.
Miyajima. Yeah, that was fucking wild.
Yeah. Yeah. So, that's kind of what they carry on their shoulder, and
they just ram it in like...
Yeah. Like, and everyone's watching, and it's different. So there's little villages, so and they've got marks to kind of determine which village they're in and stuff. And when I went and watched it with a couple of friends a few years ago, they just ramming each other, and one of these things is going underneath, and like people get really badly injured from those things and die as well.
The Narakenka Matsuri.
Oh yeah,
Is that it?
Well, it's a type of thing. So
held on October 14th and 15th each year at Matsubara Hachiman Shrine in Himeji.
That's
there might be another one.
Yeah, there's Kenka Matsuris all over Japan, but yeah, that would be the same kind of deal where they're ramming each other.
Yeah, right. They got
and it gets real tense as well because they want to win. They want to prove themselves to be the
greatest shrine of all time.
Yeah. So that's our little. I think there's also in Fukushima. There's like some naked man festival where they got to climb a rope.
Oh, here you go. Oh shit! Jesus Christ! Where are you?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Brutal.
They fucking go after it. No way. Oh, and they're punching on up the top too.
Yeah, it's like tug of war.
Such strange people.
Yeah.
They got such strange customs. I love it.
Yeah, you find a lot of the people that are involved in these have ties to the Yakuza in some way. So, I mean, there's normal, like, local community people, but yeah, you can see the tats inside, you know, or like little hints and pieces like that give it away.
I'd love to have a Yakuza member on the podcast. Ex-member.
Let's see if I can organise it for you.
There'd be surely there'd be one that would have excommunicated to like Sydney or Melbourne.
Yeah, or Adelaide maybe.
Maybe.
Lives just nearby in Morphettvale. Mm.
Is there, like, do you know much? This would be a good one. When I was talking to that salaryman in the izakaya, I was trying to talk to. There's a real lack of religion that I noticed in Japan. Like, obviously they have their shrines and they have their like sacred places, but Japanese people never really speak about their actual religious beliefs. And I was talking to one of the salarymen, and we were talking about how like no one crosses the road when it's not a red light, or like Japanese people are very regimented because they believe. I don't know. He was talking about the sun and moon.
Yeah, right.
He was talking about how like they see the sun and the moon as like a god almost, and it's always watching you. That's why Japanese people don't litter. We don't do things because something's always watching.
Yeah, right.
And I think after, well, like when the war happened, I think they lost a lot of their religious beliefs and culture because the British fucking occupied so much of it. But I'm not sure if you'd know much about their religious backgrounds.
I know that, like, I can only kind of speak about what I know. My family in Japan they're not really Buddhist or Shinto, which is like the two kind of religions there. They have this, like, yeah, if I describe it, it'll end up sounding like Scientology, but it's not. It's like it's an organized religion, but it's very structured. You have to do a lot of like study and reading and all of that kind of stuff. They all seem to promote the same thing, like kindness and whatever, you know, help out your community, blah blah blah. But yeah, it's just I don't know. I don't think a normal Japanese person who like that religion I'm talking about is very different, because they seem to talk about it a bit more. They're not preachy and they don't try and recruit you or anything like that. But yeah, like just daily general Japanese people, I think they live a lot of those values, but they don't really know
why.
The religious background for it. But yeah, on the crossing the pedestrian lights, I got like grabbed by some old dude because I was about to just walk over, you know, like when it's still red, and he just grabbed me by the back of the shirt and just pulled me back, and he said, don't do that, man. And he's like, he was real philosophical about it. It's like, you've got this time to, you know, contemplate your day, and why are you so busy that you have to just walk over the, walk across the street now? Why don't you just wait like everyone else and kind of appreciate all the time? Because I was a bit like loose at the time as well when he said that. I was like, oh yeah, wow, that's deep, man. That cuts deep. And it's like, yeah, like just take some time and just chill out at the lights, wait for it to go green. Who cares? Like, you don't have to be anywhere in a hurry, or you should already be on time, so it's not making you any later anyway. And then I'm like, yeah, that's very true. So thank you. And then he ended up taking me out for drinks after that, and we just got sauced up at this bar. It was really good, but like that's always sat with me. So I find myself, even here, I'll wait for the lights. I feel like a dick because 10 other people have just walked across the other side of the street. But yeah, I don't know.
I love a bit of jaywalking.
Jaywalking.
I do like jaywalking.
You can't jaywalk in Japan. You'll get in a lot of trouble.
You'll get fucking done in Japan if you get done jaywalking.
Yeah.
Or the people will look at you like you're a murderer.
Yeah.
You eating while you're walking's rude.
Yeah.
Like shaking hands.
Yeah.
It's a big no.
Hugging and kissing and all those things that, like you do here to your...
But I understand it. And when someone does give you a handshake or gives you a hug in Japan, it means so much more.
Yeah.
Like after I was done drinking with that man at that bar, he gave me a big fucking handshake and a big hug, and I was like, oh, that means so much more. Because like you obviously see me as like a friend.
Yeah.
Because you would never do that to someone you didn't see as a friend in Japan. You wouldn't even touch their hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I started to do the old, Aussie style handshake and maybe the, this kind of action, and no one's down with it.
Didn't catch on.
Yeah. Even with my mates, like you might get a fist bump, but that's about the extent of it. So they prefer if you just don't touch them at all.
Bow.
So yeah, bow. Yeah. I do that. That's a hard habit to break when I come back here, is just the slight kind of dip whenever I'm getting served or buying something, and I'll just...
If you're at a BP and you're just like, what the fucking retard.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Do you think he's Steven Seagal or something like that? Yeah, like it's hard, like, because, I don't know, the more I live in Japan and then the more I come back, I find myself, that's my life, so I find myself talking about it a lot to other people, but kind of hard. It sounds like I feel like a dick talking about it as well, because like I'm not Japanese and I'm not really deeply philosophical like a Japanese person is, but it's just all, I guess, my observation. So I'm not sure if it's accurate or not, but I think after 25 or 26 years of going there, I kind of know a little bit about what's going on. I think it's those real like kind of things that you can't see or touch about Japanese culture that are really important, and that's what I get a lot of mileage out of the stuff in Japan, because I know the unwritten like social rules and when to do something and when not to do something, and apologizing when I make a mistake in I read the situation wrong or whatever, and those things really make your life a lot easier, but it also opens you up to all these new friendships and stuff that you'd never have otherwise. Because if you, like I said before, if you're really rigid about it all, you probably just won't have a good time at all. You're always fighting like, oh, this is fucked, and it's not like back home. People at home would do like this, and so
what was it like when you first started dating a Japanese girl? Was she pretty like
very needy?
Really?
Yeah, not like my wife is the kind of, what's the word, antithesis of a Japanese, like typical Japanese woman. She's fucking awesome. But first Japanese kind of girl I had met was very like, you show an interest in them. And I think I can't remember the term, but they kind of like tell you their intentions. Like they say that, oh, I'd like to go out with you and rah, rah, rah. And like, so that's a big deal for them to tell you how they feel up front. But so maybe I kind of read that situation wrong as well. But I think, they go from like 0 to I love you like very quickly. And it's very claustrophobic if you're, like a 20-year-old dude who just kind of not sure what he wants to do in life at all, or you know, if he wants to be with multiple girls or wants to just have a girlfriend or a fling or whatever. And so yeah, it can be a bit kind of like, ooh.
How long were you single in Japan?
Quite a long time. I just like, at that time I just like being by myself, man. I guess that's probably something that I've done all my whole life, is I spend a fair bit of time alone. I don't really care. I like it because it makes me think and gets me creative and all that kind of stuff. But that time, yeah, probably like a couple years, 3 or 4 years. And then I met a girl and we kind of had a longer relationship, and that was fine. But it kind of didn't work out in the end. And yeah, then kind of just thought in 2007, when I stopped going to Japan, I thought, oh, I'll just forget about Japan for a while now. It's like, none of the things I've been trying to do are working out, so may as well just get the job in Australia and save up for a house and do all the Australian kind of lifestyle things. And then I broke up with somebody about 10 years ago, and then I just thought, fuck this, I'm going back to Japan now. Like, I've got, what's happening here, it's boring, I want to go and explore. So I went back, and it just like reignited my passion for it. And yeah, you tend to meet people when you're away, and like, yeah, you can kind of have flings and whatever, that you meet some nice people. And I think it's like, yeah, it's like summer loving kind of thing. You're there for a short time and they feel like this is wicked and you feel this is wicked, and it's like, this is not going to work because I'm about to get on a plane and go home in a couple of weeks and whatever, so there's no point in really kind of pursuing it. But yeah, and I think Japanese are less likely to kind of have just flings. They're a bit more, like dating relationships. Like, that's kind of how it ends up working. And yeah, my wife, I met her through a friend of mine, and yeah, I actually was going to go back to Australia, but I extended my time in Japan for a couple of days. So I went back to Fukushima and was hanging out with my mate. He just quit his job. We were kind of just kicking around doing whatever, and then he introduced me to my wife, and yeah, she's just like, of course she's Japanese, so she's very Japanese, but she's got wicked sense of humor and like gets the
Western kind of sarcasm and
yeah, she loves like like Will Ferrell and that kind of stuff, so it makes like watching movies and things like that bit of fun, because we can watch something that's the same, and she likes to learn about all the the stupid humor that we've got, because I think Japanese humor is a bit like, I don't know, it's a bit more simple. I think maybe someone would argue that point, but like English, like Western humor can be cultural references.
It can be very complex to understand.
Yeah, that's
especially
right.
when you get like Australian humor is very satirical and sarcastic and self-deprecating.
Yeah.
Like, if a Japanese person sat down and listened to how me and my friends talk to each other, like, oh, you fucking stupid cunt, ha 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 ha, they'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like half of that would just go, like when you watch the translations on a whatever Adam Sandler movie, for example, half of it doesn't get said in the translation, because the cultural reference is something that like maybe Australian people would know, American people would definitely know it because it's probably an American reference, but yeah, and Australians and like other English speaking countries can kind of figure out, like, it doesn't matter about the shop or the person, you can kind of get the
gist of the situation. Whereas the Japanese people wouldn't actually have the word for it.
Yeah, there's some good comedians that are coming through in Japan though, that they're from America or they've lived in America quite a long time, so they've got that sensibility of that style of comedy, and then they try and mix it up with the Japanese humor, so they explain the humor in English, and you can see that a lot more people are finding it funny because it's probably a new thing for them as well, but it's also like something that you could kind of get down with as well because the humor already. So yeah, there's a couple of comedians I've been following that are quite funny.
There's a YouTuber I watch, and he's Japanese, he lives in Japan, but he speaks really good English. and he goes around and he asks white people that are living in Japan questions, like can you speak Japanese? And then he does the interview in Japanese with subtitles, and he asks them questions much like I'm asking you, but it's short form. And he'll go up to Japanese people and ask them about Westerners, and he always goes up to Japanese women and he'll ask what they think of Western men, and they're all like, oh, they're like mythical creatures. They're like Hollywood celebrity, like movie stars. They're all so beautiful. Like they got like they fetishize. They have like a fetish towards Western men.
Yeah, I remember like when I was teaching English, we used to have this like kind of open like living room type of area, and you know you'd have the teacher in there, and anyone could come in and you could just kind of like chat. And it was me and this Japanese bloke that came into the room one day, and he was like just real passive aggressive from the get-go. And I was like, oh, is everything okay? And he's like, oh, you foreigners take our Japanese women away from us, and with your good looks and your charming nature and the way that you talk to women, it's like, how can we compete with you? And he just started getting real riled up about it. It's like, well, you can also do that if you want, but I think like Japanese people don't say their feelings. So when a Western man comes in and starts like dating a Japanese girl and he says that he loves her, or you know, she looks nice or whatever, doesn't matter, like it hits them like a ton of bricks, but in a good way. It's like, wow, this guy actually really gives a shit about me. But yeah, like Japanese guys don't really they're not that open. Plus there's also like, huge cheating culture.
Actually, this bloke went on a tour with Japanese women, and he was interviewing heaps about what they think about brothels. Because there's a mad brothel culture over there, apparently, allegedly. And a lot of them were like, oh, it's not cheating. Like a lot of the women were like, oh no, that's fine. If he's paying for it, no problem with that. Like they can just go out and fuck a hooker. And to me, I was like, it's pretty dope. No, it was like, it's so foreign. It was such a weird fucking thing. They're like, if they're paying for it, I don't want to fuck him, so he can go have sex with a hooker and leave me alone. Yeah,
it's weird though, because then it kind of like I get why people do it, because they don't want to have any attachment, they don't want to have a fight, they don't want to be complained to and all of that kind of stuff, so they go and do these things on the side. But it's not a really good way to have a relationship.
It's not ideal.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
You'd prefer like to not have sex with another woman when you're dating someone.
Yeah, exactly. So
preferably in an ideal world, that would be ideal. But Japanese people do. They got such a weird relationship with sex over there. They have like a very weird, almost like worrying, like subculture of sexual deviancy over there.
Yeah, it's very perverted.
There's like they do like with their animes and their mangas and all the fucking cartoon porns, and like all the girls are made to look really underage, and like there's a big thing with the girls looking like really fucking young, and they're selling dirty panties in vending machines, which I tried to find and I could not find.
Oh man,
I really wanted to bring one back to put on the podcast wall.
I'll mail one to you,
please.
From Japan,
unopened, fresh.
It's weird that it's very acceptable to do all of that stuff. So it makes for weird relationship dynamics. I think that's why the things like the population are going down as well, because people are in relationships, but they're living separate relationships. There's like Philippine pubs, hostess clubs, there's the brothels and massage places and stuff like that. But a lot of the times it seems to be that companionship or just talking to someone seems to be more of like a preferred way to have a relationship with someone. Like people go and spend a lot of fucking money at those hostess bars, And
they're the ones where they're not like, they just literally flirt with you while you're drinking, yeah?
Yeah, and you buy their drinks. I think you pay like an hourly rate to be at the hostess bar, and then so you pay for your beer and you also buy the hostess a drink, but the markup's like 1,000%. It's ridiculous. People are buying like bottles of champagne and stuff. I saw one TV show and it was a host club, so it was like just a bottle of Muay or something like that, and it was
That'd be like $80 here.
yeah, it was like something it was a good bottle of whatever it was, so but it was tens of thousands of dollars, and people pay for that because they want that hostess, they want to drink with that person. So there's women and men spending a lot of money at these places just for that companionship. So I think that's created a lot of other industries, like where you can you've probably seen on YouTube, you can rent a friend or you can rent a date and all those kinds of things. I
watched a YouTube video very recently of this dude who rented a friend in Japan as like for a YouTube video.
Yeah.
And he was just going around. He's like, so what do you do? He's like, your friend for today. So that's what I do. That's my whole job.
It must be soulless. It must be soulless on both ends, because like you have to know deep down. It was like being with a prostitute, I guess, as well. It was like, that they've got no vested interest in you whatsoever.
Better off getting a prostitute.
At least you can get something else out of it.
And it would probably be cheaper. That bloke was raking it in.
Oh, really?
It's not cheap to rent someone for a whole day.
Was it a Japanese guy?
It was a Japanese guy and it was a white dude.
Oh.
White dude was the YouTuber.
Yeah, okay.
And he rented this Japanese dude to be his mate. Apparently he's like the best rated one in the area.
Yeah, right. There's all these other things, like there's, what's it called, delivery health. So delivery health is basically like a prostitute comes over to your house or the hotel that you're staying at or whatever, and delivery health is probably like the way of making it sound,
not as bad.
Not as bad. Yeah, I'm just getting some delivery health.
It's a trafficking business.
Yeah, it's but it's also like for women, it's because the income is really shit in Japan, and there's things like divorce rates are high, single mums with kids probably not getting any support from dad.
They wouldn't have like a welfare system.
Yeah, I think they do, but it's maybe not as kind of supported as it is here. But yeah, they find themselves going and doing like hostess gigs or whatever. The money you make there is more money than you'd make working in an office. But I guess you just have to kind of like be comfortable with the fact that that's what you're doing. And yeah, like I know people who have a relationship with someone, but their job is a host or a hostess, and they're still in a relationship with someone. So she or he going out on these dates, and like, yeah, it's kind of a bit weird. It's not something that I've kind of like, I don't really feel comfortable in that kind of world, like, because my mates, I got groups of mates that are kind of like, let's just kind of drink on the street, go for a ride, hang out.
Which is one of the best things in Japan, that you can actually drink
on the street,
on the fucking streets.
Yeah, it's the best. It's better than going to any club, because you can Family Mart, you buy a rice bowl, get a couple of cans of beer, you sit and you just talk shit as if you would if you were in a club or a restaurant anyway, and it's a hell of a lot cheaper. But then I got these other mates who are like, let's go to the Philippine pub. And
is that like a hostess?
Yeah, but it's like Filipino hostesses. It's a lot more.
It's a different flavour.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit spicier, and it's a bit like more outgoing, because like Filipinos are, I guess in general, a bit more kind of like outgoing and friendly and things like that. But so a lot of people go there and you sing karaoke and get drunk and dance and shit like that. So by all accounts, it's quite fun. So
we went to a few karaoke bars.
Yeah, nice. What's your choice of song? Did you have
Akadaka?
Oh yeah.
I think you owe it to the Japanese people whenever you go to Japan. If there is a crowd of Japanese people, you owe it to them to sing some Akadaka.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I end up having to sing And I don't like the song, like, because it's been done to death. But Under the Bridge, like, can you sing Under the Bridge, or can you sing this? I taught this guy from NEC. He's like one of the older guys. This is years and years ago. Was teaching him like business English privately for my school, and he's like, okay, the course is now over, but I want to take you out for a drink and like say thank you and whatever. So we went to this izakaya that had a karaoke room in the room we were in, and he's like, Michael, can I ask you one thing? I love Elvis. Can you please sing Love Me Tender? So I had to sing Love Me Tender to this old Japanese bloke, but he loved it. He like, it was, you know, like that's all he wanted after all this time. He paid for all the, like, it wasn't kind of anything weird, but like, I know it probably sounds weird, but yeah, I had to have sex with him afterwards. But yeah, no, just like, he was just like, that's the only thing he wanted. And it's like, okay, I'll sing Love Me Tender to you, mate. And I did. And he's like, oh, that was so nice. And yeah, then we parted ways. I never saw the dude again after that.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
That's so funny. I'm just going to pause for 1 sec. I really need to take a piss.
No worries.
A little piss break.
She's lived like 40 or 50 years just by herself, but she's got, every time you go there, she's like, she'll grab me and like, come with me, Michael. And then like, you don't just give cash in a like by itself, you put it in an envelope. And yeah, she'll it's like, Michael, don't tell anyone, here's $200. And like every time you go there, but you got to pay to play. If you don't go, you don't get $200. If you go, you get $200.
That's fair.
It's a fair rule. So
we were just talking about how adorable little Japanese old ladies are.
Yeah.
They should be the most protected species on the planet. They're so lovely, dude. Even when you'd go to like an izakaya or something and they can't speak English, they're exactly like Greek mothers and stuff. They'll force feed you, and like money's the last thing that they're looking for when you go into these places. They're really just trying to be hospitable to you.
Yeah, and you can't get in the way of that at all. Like and all you got to do,
just luck. You do them a disservice if you don't accept it.
Yeah, and people like me, you know, grew up kind of Eastern European background, and if you don't eat 3 plates, then you're not really eating.
You're a dog.
Yeah, that's it. So just go in there and open mind, empty stomach, and they love it. So yeah, but we when we go to our folks' house, usually Saturday night, Dad will buy, it's called bonito, so it's like big game
bonito
fish. Yeah.
big tuna that they dry.
Yeah,
or it doesn't have to be dried, but
yeah, this one's not dried, but
it's fresh bonito, so it's like a subspecies of tuna.
Yeah, that's right. And you get big chunks of it real cheap. So he'll go and buy a big chunk of it, cut it up into sashimi. But this is the only sashimi I've had where you don't have wasabi and
just
soy
raw
sauce.
fish.
Nah, it's wasabi and fresh garlic.
Yum.
It's the game changer that everyone has been waiting for.
Fuck. So I thought, I don't drink many brown liquors, but it is
when in Rome.
When with a Japanese man. I guess you're not a Japanese man. You're more Japanese than me, though.
Yeah.
What do you say? Kenpai.
Kampai.
Kenpai and uishi.
Uishi. Thank you.
Cheers, man. So this is bourbon not available in Australia.
Ooh.
Only available in America and some parts of Europe. Aged in mesquite barrels. So the wood they used to smoke briskets and shit. That's why it's so smoky.
Yeah, right.
But it's fucking nice.
Good health.
Shout out to good health. Kampai. Woo!
It's nice. It's not like
aggressive.
Yeah.
No, you can drink that straight. It's actually better if you let it air out a bit too.
Yeah.
Like it sounds a bit fucking wanky, but if you pour it into a glass and you just let it sit for a minute, it kind of loses that real fucking smoke to it. But it's got a really nice sweet aftertaste.
Yeah, and it doesn't kind of hang around too long as well.
Just move your chair in a touch.
Yeah, no worries.
Just a touch. That's it. That's perfect. But so you he gets the bonito. Is your parents, so like in a Japanese home, your parents over there, your in-laws, you're going there on a Saturday night. What's the spread?
Oh, spread. Usual spread.
Are they from Fukushima as well? Are they a Fukushimian family? Fukushimian?
That's the first time I've ever heard someone say.
What would you call
using
them?
it. I'm using that from
What the fuck do you call each other? Little fuckers.
You little fuckers. Yeah, they're no, mum's from Chiba, which is like south of Tokyo.
Yeah.
And dad is from Ibaraki, which is the prefecture that sits below Fukushima. And but they've been living there for like 35 years or something now.
Is Fukushima famous for Hakata style ramens and?
No, there's the ramen in Fukushima is called Kitakata ramen.
Kitakata.
Yeah, but a lot of the ramen that you get more north of Tokyo is like miso.
I like the shio is the salt as well. Shio is salt based.
Yeah.
I personally think Hakata or tonkatsu style broth is the epitome of ramen to me.
I like it too because it's creamy. It's got
thick. It's rich. It's fucking violent. Like it's actually one of the only Japanese dishes that's really potent and pungent. Like it's a very strong experience, especially once you start adding in your raw garlics and your togarashi and your. I just sounded Japanese. You have to put on an accent when you say words though. Or but say you go to like a Saturday night spread at your in-laws or your parents' house, what would be the spread of food that you would get from them?
So dad makes gyoza, handmade gyoza.
You were talking about those today.
They are out of this world.
Does he put the little cornstarch to stick them together?
Not he doesn't, but in Fukushima, I think there's other parts of Japan as well. But they do, it's called enban gyoza. So it's like a round, always comes on a round plate, but it's
got the crisp.
It's got the starch kind of crispy top on it. So, but yeah, he makes his own gyoza, and you just, put a little bit of water in the pan. So the bottom's usually crunchy and the top's usually kind of steamed. And garlic and some vinegar and soy sauce.
That's such a game changer.
Yeah.
Just raw garlic to dumpling sauce.
Raw garlic it's a fantastic condiment.
But it's the best condiment.
Yeah.
Like that's why I love Southeast Asian food, like Thai food and Filipino food. They always have like a side of just vinegar soaked with chilies and maybe some fish sauce.
Yeah.
And garlic.
Yeah.
And it's just such a nice little addition to every piece of food you can have. Like anything with noodles.
Yeah. Absolutely. So that it's always the bonito, but recently, so you'd probably like it. It's not motsunabe, but it's nabe. So we have because it's winter time.
So nabe's the garlic chives, yeah.
Well, nabe is just a pot. That's what it means. So like a hot pot. So we usually get the enoki mushrooms, the really thin ones, and spring onions, or they're more like a leek, I think. Yeah, leek, chicken thighs, chicken kind of mince balls, cabbage, like the Japanese cabbage, the Chinese cabbage, sorry, and tofu as well. And just get a different type of broth. You can get kimchi broth, all these different types of broths, and just go to town.
I think I fucked myself with motsunabe because I had it, the first time I had it was in Fukuoka.
Yeah.
And that's apparently where it's the best.
Yeah.
And I'd never heard of it. And I just kept seeing it everywhere because the first thing I do whenever I travel anywhere, I go on the Uber Eats because I just like to see what's available. Like, it's so interesting to see, like, Shinjuku Uber Eats is the wildest shit you ever see in your life. You can get
scrolling for days
Michelin starred fucking food just delivered to your doorstep for $25.
That's good value, man.
It's insane. Yeah. And like then you come here and it's McDonald's, Subway and Indian food. Like, that's it.
Indian food in Japan's good. It's a lot of,
I guess, the curry, they got kind of like a subculture with curries, so they would know the principles.
Good. Yeah. But there's like in my town there's a Nepalese curry place,
They do a lot of dumplings. They have a lot of like a Chinese influence as well.
Yeah, yeah. And so you get like for, is it 1,100 yen? So about 11. Let's say it's $1 for
It's $11.
$11. You can have 3 different curries, but then you can choose the naan that you want. So you can get like honey cheese naan or all these different types of naans, and then you get all you can eat rice or naan after that.
It's a game changer.
Oh, dude, I go through 3 big naans, and I'm still good to go. But yeah, it's like you need because you don't want to just like try and put all the curry on the naan and on the one thing. You need to spread it out.
You do. That's what stresses me out with eating Indian food or curries. There's never a perfect rice to curry ratio.
Yeah.
Like, you need every single bite of rice to have an appropriate amount of protein and curry on it.
Exactly.
But there's never the perfect ratio.
Yeah.
You're always left with a little bit of rice with not much curry, or you're left with curry with no rice.
I used to kind of do those types of like food hacks, I guess, like when I first lived in Japan, because I was trying to save money because the exchange rate was like really good when you come back to Australia. So I thought I'll save up, buy a house. That never happened, of course, but like for lunch, it's like 1,000 yen for $10 for curry, or you can eat. Or McDonald's used to have like 60 yen, so 60-cent hamburgers, or 85-cent cheeseburgers. So I just used to live off cheeseburgers and curry and stuff. This is like 21, 22, when your body can still kind of just process it.
How important was like convenience store culture to you when you were broke?
Yeah, very, very important.
Dude, you can eat like a fucking king at those things. If you know what to mix and match, you can go get a little packet of gyozas and an instant ramen that's better than most ramens that you'll get in the shop here.
I think convenience store food, or it's not the food even,
it's the experience.
Yeah, like I go to the convenience store every day, and
it's still as good.
Yeah, every day is good. And
Family Mart, I would say Family Mart have better katsu than but the 7-Eleven egg sandwich will always be the best one to me. It's better than Lawson's as well.
I used to hit up the because you can get it at most of the convenience stores, is the ham cheese burrito. That was my jam for a long time, because I just wanted like a ham cheese toasty, but that was a good kind of like happy medium. But yeah, what else do I get? I always buy a protein bar, but it's like basically a chocolate bar. It's just got 30 grams of protein in it, so I buy that every day, and I'll get a rice ball with miso, like pork in there.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
I really like the umeshi one.
Yeah,
but it's hard to find. Only fucking Family Mart had them, I reckon.
Yeah,
and they got one with fermented vegetables in it too, which I liked.
One thing I really, really like in Japan is sweet potato, and it's not like the orange sweet potato that you get here. And
purple.
It's purple, yeah. But inside it's like yellow. So if anyone's kind of like, jury's out about or undecided.
They call it
imo.
Imo.
Yeah, so but there's a style of sweet potato called yaki imo. So they do it over hot coals. There's a couple ways you can do it, but yeah, and then the inside just starts to get real kind of like chewy and like sweet.
Yaki is over fire.
Yeah, like
anything over
grilled or something. Yeah. And then the outside gets crunchy, like the purple skin kind of thing. So yeah, if you eat both of them, you get that kind of crunchy, like chewy skin, and then the insides kind of. And if you want to level it up, you can put like maple syrup and ice cream and shit over the top. But just eating it as it is, it's a good like wintry food.
There's these delicious. In the frozen section of 7-Eleven, there's these really little fucking delicious grape frozen ball things.
Oh, yeah.
You know the ones?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
They're like spherical, and there's like maybe 12 in a pack, and when you bite into them, they ooze out grape, but they don't ooze out like an artificial grape flavour. It's like a legit, really concentrated grape flavour.
Yeah.
And then in 7-Eleven, because they're fucking geniuses, they have just cups of ice. Those plastic cups just full of ice. And then you can get like a really strong soda water. They got different soda waters. They got one that's really fizzy. You put that in there with those little grape balls. Oh.
Next level.
Oh, man.
I'm glad to know that you did your own kind of experimenting while you were there.
Oh, man. It's so fun. Even like the moment I realised Japanese food is forever ruined for me.
Yeah.
Is when I got out of a train station and there was a little sushi restaurant just as I was walking out and I really wanted to eat something. So I went, first sushi place I'd been to, best sushi I've ever had in my fucking whole life. Yeah. And it was just this little fucking shitty sushi shop in the middle of a train station. And it was just impeccable.
Yeah, it's a really nice experience.
We don't realise, like, the tunas we get here are all dyed. Like, if you go to Sushi Train, the salmon is dyed orange, and the tuna's dyed fucking bright red.
Yeah.
Like, they're not of quality. It's just the process that makes them look of quality. Like, but when you go to Japan, you can taste how nice how nice the preparation of the ingredients was.
Yeah, there's a place north of Japan, so like right up the top of the mainland, called Aomori, and you can there's a lot of tuna there, so you can get like same day caught tuna, but it's not the thing with the Australian kind of sushi is that you get prawn and salmon and tuna and the egg and the eel.
It's not prepared the same.
Yeah, and
it's not cut the same.
Well, it all comes from a supplier as well, so it's been sitting in a refrigerator for in a freezer for ages. But yeah, this market at the top of Japan, you can get fresh caught tuna, and the tuna belly. So good.
There is a process in Japan. I can't remember what it's called, so I just searched it up. Another reason why we can't replicate it over there. I can't remember what it's called though. Wait up. It's a process where when they catch a fish, it's called ikejime, or IKE space JIME.
Ikejime.
Yeah, it's like it kills the animal really fucking quickly. They stuck a steel rod and it bleeds them out. So the Japanese fish is very clean tasting. Like there's no metallic-y blood flavour in it. Like when you go to a nice sushi restaurant, there's no fishy flavour.
Yeah, I think they do that because like it doesn't... Yeah, like...
It instantly kills the fish. There's no stress to it, no trauma, which you can taste. Like when if you shoot an animal, I don't know if you've hunted much. If you shoot an animal, say you shoot it wrong and you injure it, and then you got to go finish it off, it's gonna taste a bit shitter.
Yeah, right.
Because it's so fucking stressed in those last moments. Yeah, sounds terrible. But it's so stressed that its blood's pumping fucking everywhere. Yeah. It's tense, and then you kill it, and it's just like this. It's just fucking tense. Whereas that's like the Wagyu cows, they're fucking massaged every night and like whispered to, sweet nothings, and then fucking bang.
Yeah.
But I think the Wagyu industry's gone a bit crazy now. I found Wagyu's fucking delicious, but it's you have to try it. Once you're over in Japan, you have to try Japanese Wagyu, but it's so rich. Yeah. Like, it's very nice to try, but influencers and all these things have, like, glamorized it so much that they make it seem like you can just buy a kilo of it and cook it. It's like, no, it should be a special experience.
Yeah, that's it. Like, near us, Japan's split up into prefectures, so it's like a state. The state near us, prefecture, is called Yamagata. And there's a city called Yonezawa that's in there, and it's probably like 30 minutes from our house, but that's got like Kobe style, like quality beef. Yonezawa Gyu is like really kind of high quality meat. It's fucking awesome, man. But how it's prepared as well, like you never buy like a huge steak of it. Yeah, you buy like either thin slices which you do yakitori style. My wife and I went and had that just a couple of months ago, and like it's a bit thicker than normal, but like still thin comparative to a steak. Just like 30 seconds either side, and
a bit of raw garlic, or just just dip it in a bit of salt.
Yeah, oh yeah, salt. And like another thing that's great in our area is tongue, beef tongue.
Oh my god, tongue is such an underrated fucking ingredient, man.
It's so good if you prepare it, and
so soft.
Yeah, like you're not. Yeah, I guess when you see it at the shops here, it's just like this big tongue, so it's like, oh, I'm not going to buy that. But yeah, when my friend here, we just had it a couple of weeks ago. He bought a tongue, and you can buy it really cheap. Just cut it up into nice kind of thick parts, scored it, and then you just dust some salt and some lemon on top of it. And it's so fucking good with a beer.
Japan is 100% the best country if you're put off the thought of offal to try offal, because they're so meticulous in how they clean offal. And the biggest thing with offal is if you have a bad experience with it, I guarantee it's because it has not been prepared correctly.
Yeah.
Like if you eat an intestine and it hasn't been cleaned properly, it's going to taste like literal shit. It's going to literally taste like a bit like poo, because it's a very strong gamey flavor. I don't mind the flavor of like a really strong intestine, but in Japan, it literally will taste, if you get like a pork intestine in a motsunabe or some form of like a yucky version of it, it'll taste like just fatty pork, because it's just fat. And cartilage is a bit chewy. The texture might be off-putting to people, but I fucking grew up eating lamb's brains and shit, so it doesn't bother me. I actually prefer offal to most meats. Like chicken gizzards, or what do you call them or giblets, what do you call them in Japanese? I had to learn the words, because whenever I went to yakitori bars, I'd have to... it starts with an N, I believe. Or what's cartilage?
Oh, nankatsu.
Nankatsu.
Yeah, yes.
Nankatsu is my favourite cut of yakitori.
Yeah, it's so good. Yeah.
So, for people who don't know, no one would know, the anatomy of a chicken, between the two breasts, there's like a bit of cartilage. We have a soup that we eat in Greek culture, it's called avgolemono. It's boiled chicken, then you strain it, shred the chicken up, then you cook rice in the chicken broth, and then when you turn it off, you get egg yolks and you whisk them, or you get whole eggs and you whisk it, and you pour like fucking 10 lemons worth of juice into the egg. Then you slowly incorporate that into the soup so it doesn't curdle, so it makes a real thick, creamy broth. Just chicken, rice. It's almost like a congee. Similar, but really sour and salty. You get that. And we used to chop up the bones of the chicken, because we like gnawing on bones and shit. So we always used to chop up the bones. We always used to fight over this little fucking cartilage in there. And then when I fucking found out yakitori, like when I found yakitori and I found out you could just order a whole stick of just this char-grilled, fatty, delicious cartilage, I was like, and the tail, like the chicken tail, the arse.
Have you had the nankotsu, so karaage, fried chicken, but you can get nankotsu age, which is fried chicken cartilage.
Really?
And that's when you just squeeze a lemon on
top.
Or
put togarashi or something.
Togarashi, whatever you want, bit of salt. It's so good, man.
That's so interesting, because there was a place on Gudja Street, it's gone now, it fucking only lasted like 6 months, and the food was so nice. It was, are you familiar with Gudja?
Yeah.
Where the supermarket is, a bit further up, like closer towards like maybe 10 shops down from it. They do yakitori skewers, but they do them fried.
Oh, okay.
So it was like, and they had cartilage on a skewer fried, and they would have giblets and stuff, but they were very thin, long sticks. So it was almost like yakitori, but it was a fried version, and it was so nice.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the cartilage is like, I think Japanese people have got the beer and snack
culture.
Equation. It's
And when you're drinking, you like a bit of a weird flavour, you know? Like, especially in Southeast Asian culture, I've noticed they like they got some food that I would never eat.
Yeah.
Like, so I'm not a picky person at all, but Southeast Asia, like, Thai people love bile. Like, they like the bile sac. They'll empty it into, like, a sauce with fermented fish, and fucking they'll dip raw beef into it and just eat it. And, like, but they only eat that when they're drinking. Because it's like, it's a man thing. It's like, just straight-faced, who can be the straightest face eating this fucking chicken that's not hatched yet. That balut.
I think it goes together. Like they must have it dialed in, because like another good thing with is dried squid and mayonnaise, that Kewpie mayonnaise.
See, I'm not the how much they put mayo on things is what icks me over there. I'd eat the fuck out of like anything, but mayo for some reason they love playing on sweet and salty as well.
Yeah. It's the, I don't know. You can eat the squid by itself, but it's just when you have a beer and you try it, and then you end up
It's moreish.
Oh yeah, it's like better than a chip, because
it's salty and it's a bit like, not off-putting, but it does have like an abrasive flavour, and then you wash it down with your beer and it just complements really well.
Yeah, like that. It's kind of like jerky as well. So, but yeah, I love, that's another thing me and my mates do, is just convenience store, buy a few of those types of snacks, rip it open, beers, and just fucking chill out.
It's like my favourite food memory in... See, I have a really mixed opinion on Greek food, because when you go to Greece and Cyprus and shit, the food's just not as nice as my mum's food. So, like, it's killed it for me, because I go somewhere and I have this expectation, but the food's just not as nice as what my family would have cooked it. Maybe that's just because that's how I'm just so used to it.
Yeah.
There is great food there, like, but generally if I go to, like, a restaurant and I get, like, something, it just won't be as nice. But it'll still be nice, but it's like, that's just not how I like it.
Yeah.
But when I went to Cyprus, I went to this little fucking village where some of my family's from, and they're full hillbillies. Just Greek rednecks, just alcoholics, love eating, barbecues.
Awesome.
That's it.
Yeah.
And they eat this dish, and they eat it when they're drinking heaps, and it's like little baby sparrows. They're birds, but they're fucking this big.
Oh.
They're small birds. They catch them in nets.
Oh.
And you, like, just fucking, they pluck them and they deep fry them whole. And then they toss them with, like, lemon and garlic and salt. And you grab the whole, it's like fucking this big. And then you grab it and you eat the brain. You eat everything, the beak, everything. It's all soft.
Yeah.
Because it's a baby.
Like soft shell crab kind of thing. Yeah.
And it's fucking delicious. But it's such a fun drinking food. Because there's just 200 of them there, and you're like a barbarian.
Yeah.
Like picking out
a bit of beak from you.
Yeah.
We went to South Korea a few months ago, and one of the things
they eat some wild shit over there.
Yeah. So we had this thing my wife wanted to try called yuke something. So it's like beef tartare, raw egg on top, and then the raw beef. But this was with like just killed octopus mixed in.
Nah.
So the octopus was like, I couldn't do it.
It was still moving.
It was still moving. And then I was like, no, I'm not doing that. And so my wife starts picking away the bits of octopus for me, and she's putting them to one side for me to just eat the meat. But there was like a little bit of octopus under one of the bits of meat, and it just like one of the suckers just like sucked onto my.
Apparently, it's really fucking dangerous eating raw. I mean, because in Japan, I've seen fucking videos of people eating live baby octopus.
Yeah, right.
And like, it's fucking alive because they kill it at the table, so it's still fucking moving. But when you eat it, you got to make sure you don't, like, it doesn't grab onto your throat.
Yeah. Oh, it's so weird.
There was a video of, there's this guy I watch, his name's Sonny. He's got a show on YouTube called Best Ever Food Review Show. He's American, and he lives in Southeast Asia. He lives in Vietnam. He's got the most adventurous palate I've ever seen in my life. Like, he's not scared to eat anything. And I'm not picky, but he eats, like, he's been to tribes in Africa that they cut a cow's throat open and they drink the blood, and then they crack the bile open and the women get the bile because it makes them more fertile, and then they dip the raw fucking bloody tongue in it. No, it's just weird shit.
Yeah.
But he went to Thailand, and there's a dish where they get baby squid, and they got like this little fish sauce, which is like fish sauce, lime juice, garlic, chilies, just coriander, like a Thai fish sauce. And they put the baby squid in the fish sauce so it sucks it in, and then they just fucking eat it.
Wow.
And I was like, it's probably delicious.
Yeah.
But it's just the fact of getting over that, like, cultural thing where you're like, that's a bit fucked up.
Yeah, it is. Like,
Did you have a moment in Japan of something? Japanese food can be weird.
Yeah, I think things like, the sushi where they take a prawn out of the tank and they just take the head off and rip everything off.
Still
and
pulsing.
Yeah, it's still pulsing, and they put it on the rice like that. Like, I think I can understand why people in Japan particularly want to eat that kind of food, because it's like, that's as fresh as you can possibly get it. Like,
It's a bit traumatic.
Yeah. But then, like, people eat fugu, which is the puffer fish.
I tried fugu while I was there.
What'd you think?
Yeah, it was nice. It was just like it's not as dangerous as people think. As long as you don't, I believe as long as you don't puncture
The
it.
poison sac, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty safe. But
Yeah.
it was just like a white flesh, like, bit chewy.
Yeah, I think the allure with that for Japanese people is the
might
risk.
die.
Yeah. And
Bro, they're fucking eating raw chicken.
yeah.
I fucking was eating raw chicken, and I was like, this is horse meat. We were talking about this before. Raw chicken was hard. It didn't taste bad. It tastes like chicken, but it's putting it in your mouth and chewing it and knowing, oh no, this is raw chicken, but they bred the salmonella out of it. They don't have the salmonella gene or whatever. But then I had horse, which was fucking delicious. And then I went the seafood markets where I was like going wild because I love seafood, so I was eating like everything there.
Yeah, that
The Tsukiji.
Tsukiji.
But
yeah.
they've changed where, like, the prefecture of it or something.
No, they've moved locations because the old one was just, I guess, not able to keep up because it's like the biggest fish market.
Yeah,
in
do
the
you know
world.
what fucked them?
What's that?
Food reviewers.
Yeah, bloody bloggers.
No, it is food vloggers, dude. Because fucking like Mark Weens, that Sunny dude would go there. Mike Chen, these big massive food vloggers, and they it was a known thing, but they like made it real. I would guarantee that those food vloggers are the reason Japan's going through an insane amount of hype right now. Because people travel to Japan to eat.
Oh, totally.
I would say fucking 80% of people travel to Japan to eat.
My experience is so different to I think a lot of other people because, you know, I think I went there and probably my experience is probably a lot like other people who went in the late 90s because you didn't have the access to information that you do now.
Just went to explore.
So, yeah, I went to Japan because I was working at fucking Foodland and I hated it. So I saw a job in the paper and I was like, go and work in Japan. Oh, I could do that on a working holiday visa. Yep, applied, got the job, and then just moved there and I had no idea.
You liked fucking anime?
No, nothing.
What's the porn anime?
Oh, hentai.
You like the hentai?
Yeah, deep down I did. But yeah, like all that stuff, it's like I didn't...
The anime culture to me and stuff is not... Like, I'm not an anime person.
Yeah. But you hear so many people now, like, that's their reason. As like the food they saw such and such food blogger that they went here. So I'm going to Japan now and I'm going to base it all on this. And then I'm going to go to Akihabara and buy all these, figurines and PlayStation games and shit like that. But I went and took a mate from Adelaide to Akihabara a few months ago because he was visiting through Japan. And so we went to one shop and there's just people just taking out boxes and boxes of figurines that, you know, they're still pristine condition in the box. So assuming that they will take it back and they'll either keep it or they'll flog it on eBay or something like that back home. Because I used to do that with, I did that a few times with bass guitars. Because like you go to Japan, you can buy wicked bass guitars, instruments, anything like retro musical instruments, drums, cameras, vintage clothes, whatever you want. And you can come bring it back to Australia and you can sell it for like, you know, 3 times the amount because people, that's just what the market pays here. But yeah, like that's just kind of, I think, what people do now because the yen's so cheap is that people just buy stuff and they kind of like make their trip cost neutral because they can sell 3 whatever anime figurines for like a couple $1,000 and then they've offset the cost of their trip. But yeah, it's weird like seeing, because I wanted to cash in on that when I went back in 2022 for the first time in a while. That was during COVID, so there was no one. Like I felt like it was the late 90s again because it was just me and not many foreigners. Only the people that could go back to Japan on some special permission kind of thing were allowed to go into the country. So everything was cheap because it was like, during COVID and whatever. So I ended up buying like 15 or so instruments. I'm like, this is going to be my business, e-commerce. I'm going to start selling them back to Australia. And it just, unless you've got serious capital behind you to pay for a container or something like that.
I was going to say e-commerce as a Westerner in Japan, especially shipping to Australia, would be huge.
Yeah.
But you'd need that initial $100,000 to make it feasible probably.
Or you focus on something that's super lightweight and you can sell for a high profit.
Like fucking crocs, like the giblets, little things you snap onto crocs and shit like that.
And like, I guess my mistake in that process is that I did bass guitars and, bass guitars quite a long instrument, so it doesn't meet all the international shipping
so
things.
Now you have 15 bass guitars.
Yeah, I know. It's a good problem to have, but it's like I can't really sell them in the domestic market because I probably won't get what I paid for them again. But I know if I sold them in Australia, I'd be able to sell them for like, at least double what I paid for.
What's the tax? Because I've heard people, I got friends that drift and they go to Japan.
Yeah.
Shout out to Takashi. He goes to Japan like yearly to go drift, and it was cheaper for him to purchase a car there and leave it there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's way cheaper he bought like a fucking drift car and just rents like a little shed.
Yeah, there's a circuit near our house called Elvis Circuit, which is kind of, I don't know, any drift people out there probably know about it, but you can go and buy relatively cheap drift cars and it probably works out cheaper than, like any other tourist kind of thing that you have to rent the car for the day or whatever. You just get a couple of mates and go there and drift it up for a couple of weeks on the circuit.
You've done that?
I've been a passenger and there's a Aussie guy, who was going to Japan. I mean, there's lots of Aussie guys that go there, but particularly Elvis Circuit, and I think he's some kind of like good high-ranking drift.
There's a really good one from Adelaide called Drift Squid.
Oh, really? That he's in Japan now?
He lives in Japan.
Yeah.
He lives in Japan currently. I was actually organising a podcast with him, but it's hard to catch him when he's in Australia because he lives in Japan, obviously.
Yeah.
But I don't know his actual name. I'll find it now for you.
Can I grab a beer?
Yeah, I got you one.
Oh, did you? Oh, thanks.
I believe so.
Thanks, dude.
No worries, man. Where is he? The Drift Squid. Drifting... anything with cars, to me, is just so impressive. I don't have it in me to want to fucking do it.
Drift Squid.
The Drift Squid. He is a freak.
Be interested to know where that is then. Oh, Elvis. Yeah, that is Elvis Circuit. Well, they're going full pro with the whole shoot.
Oh, he's like a professional drifter. He's not.
Yeah.
He's one of the best, I think.
If this is the circuit.
I'll see if I can find a picture of him.
Oh, that's the outside of it.
So
yeah,
this doesn't really show much of himself. That's him there.
Just drifting on some snow, ice. See an Aussie bloke?
Yeah, he's from Adelaide.
From Adelaide.
Yeah, he's from I believe up Mount Gambier or something like that.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, he's very, very good at what he does. Look at that girl just standing there like a fucking maniac.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you would never catch me standing that close to a fucking rail while someone's doing a fucking drift.
That's in my town.
Really?
Like, not far away from it.
Yeah, he's a South Aussie boy.
I wonder if he lives there.
Yeah, he does.
Like, as in...
I'm not sure where he's based, no. But whenever my mates go to drift, they don't go in Tokyo, they go outside of Tokyo.
Yeah, okay.
So I don't know.
Yeah, wicked. Talk about going and living your dream.
Yeah, dude. He's getting paid. He's getting cars like from sponsorships and stuff. That's his dream.
Yeah.
For a drifter, I imagine.
Yeah.
That's like the epitome of the pinnacle of the sport. Yeah, I'm not sure if it says where he's from up on his bio.
I'm going to hit him up, see where he lives.
Get some pictures in. But yeah, he's fantastic at what he does.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my god. That's just fucking terrifying.
Yeah. It seems like Japan's a lot more of a freer place to do stuff like this. I know you can't do it on the regular road.
They have more infrastructure.
Yeah.
Whether it be because of the movies or like...
Yeah.
They must have had... I don't know. So this is like... I'm not fucking saying Tokyo Drift started the drift culture in fucking Japan.
Yeah.
Because the culture must have been there for them to make that movie.
Yeah, for sure.
But... yeah, they do seem to like car sports, fighting. They got some cool fighting stadiums over there. They fucking had Pride back in the day. They still have like Pancrase. They still got some promotions over there that are really good. They got Ryzen, which is a mad MMA promotion.
What's the difference between? Because I only ever really heard of Pride, but it was always like K1 as well. Is that?
Oh, continue. I'm just grabbing a beer.
Yeah, no worries.
Still here.
Is that the same thing?
So, K1 is kickboxing.
Okay.
It's a different sport.
Yeah, right.
K1 kickboxing is... I'm gonna butcher this. K1 kickboxing... Are you familiar with like Muay Thai? So in Muay Thai you can knee and elbow.
Yeah.
In K1 you can't elbow, but you can grab them and knee them once.
Yeah.
But then you got to break off. It's just pretty much pure kickboxing.
Oh, okay.
So like, Alex, do you know who Alex Pereira is?
No.
Well, like Alex Pereira, I believe, was a K1 champ or he was a kickboxing world champion. Like, it lends well to MMA.
Okay.
Sports have bled in a lot.
Yeah.
Like former K1 champions a lot of them have made insane runs in the UFC and in Pride.
Yeah, okay.
Like a lot of K1 champions went to Pride because it was more money in it.
Yeah.
The Yakuza used to run Pride.
Right.
And they were like throwing so much at the time. They were throwing fucking ungodly amounts of money into...
Is that because of the gambling associated with it? Or?
I believe so, and it was just a massive market at the time. There was like Pride and the UFC, and Pride had a lot... the UFC had the Fertitta brothers behind it, which they're billionaires from I believe they're from Vegas, and they had them behind it. But Pride had the Yakuza behind it, which essentially were fucking billionaires as well. But they had money that they could just give away because it wasn't taxable anyway. So there was a lot of backdoor deals with Pride with fighters. Oh, you won your fight. Here's a cheeky Ferrari.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Nice. Yeah. The only fighting I've ever done or martial arts and it was in Japan for about a year and a half or something, was Kyokushin karate.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I thought isn't Pride or something's connected to that, because I
Pride was a lot more traditional martial arts focused, as in there was not much shit talking. It was presented in more of a Mortal Kombat-esque way.
Yeah.
It was more theatrical, but less theatrical in certain ways. The UFC at the moment's a shit talking contest. It's to your benefit to demean and to degrade your opponent verbally before the fight.
Yeah.
Whereas in organisations like Pride, or currently in One FC is Singapore's promotion. It's the biggest MMA. It's the biggest MMA promotion outside of the UFC. They don't have any shit talking because it's a lot of Asian fighters. They're very respectful. A lot of Japanese fighters. A lot of Thai fighters. Southeast Asians. A lot more respectful.
What do you think about all of that? Because again, being away from Western stuff a lot, you kind of start looking at only what happens in Japan, but then you come back, and I think I was watching I don't know much about fighting, but I was watching something about Conor McGregor, and just how much of that in the pre-fighting kind of PR types of things is just all shit talking.
It was a character.
Yeah, that seems to be a huge part of the...
Well, he made it a thing.
Yeah.
He didn't make it a thing. Chael Sonnen made it a thing back in the day, but he was never to the heights and he never took it to such a personal level that Conor did. Conor would take things to such a personal level that it would be in his detriment sometimes.
Yeah.
But he also is the first UFC fighter to be worth fucking $500 million.
Yeah.
He achieved what he wanted to achieve from it.
Yeah.
He always said he was a money fighter. He was home, fucking broken homeless before the UFC. He's I'm not in here to fucking make mates. I want to make hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah. So I guess that's probably opened up a whole culture of other people to do the same thing.
It can be fun because when there's animosity between fighters, it builds a storyline.
Yeah, yeah.
Even if and some fighters fight better if they think the other fighter disrespected them in some way, or they have some sort of anger towards them. So some fighters will put that anger in their mind falsely just to
plant the seed,
just to perform better.
Yeah.
But some fighters don't play into it at all.
Nah.
Most fighters don't. Most fighters are very civil. And after all the fights, 99.9% of the time, they're always shaking hands after the fight and hugging.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a
wrestling
kind of theatrical.
There's very few genuine hatreds in MMA.
Yeah.
There's been a couple that have been very fun, though. John Jones. Are you familiar with John Jones?
No.
John Jones is the best fighter that's ever lived.
Yeah.
In any combat sport. Ever. He's a MMA. He's currently the heavyweight champ of the UFC, but he was the light heavyweight champ. Which the light heavyweight division in MMA is the oldest division. It's the original kind of. Has the best fighters in it per capita. It's had the most stacked division. John Jones won the belt when he was 21. I'm gonna just say a number, maybe 12 years ago. Never lost since then.
Yeah, right.
Just never lost.
Yeah.
But he's been ridden with controversies, cocaine abuse. He got on a bender once and ran over a pregnant woman.
Jesus.
Lots of DUIs. Yeah. He's...
Loose unit.
But now he's calmed down a lot.
Yeah.
But when in his heyday, he used to get on coke the night before fights and go out on benders and then come and beat the fuck out of the best in the world.
Wow.
But he used to use it as a coping mechanism.
Yeah.
So he used to get on benders, and be like, if I lose, it's because I went out last night. But he never lost. He just never lost. And he's still... And then he moved up a division recently, and now he's the heavyweight champion. He's fucking 15 years into his UFC career, never lost. If you put anyone that's ever lived in a room with John Jones, ever, he's always walking out. Like, he's the most dangerous, scariest man that's ever walked this planet. He had a feud with this bloke called Daniel Cormier, who was an Olympic gold wrestler. They fucking hated each other. Genuinely, like, Daniel Cormier, like, they were doing a video interview once, and Cormier would, like, fucking spit on the camera. He's like, fuck you. He's like, you're a cheater. Because one of the fights, he lost to him, and they hated each other before that. But Daniel Cormier is a very straight-edge guy. He's, like, respectful, and John's just a piece of shit human. Like, he would, like... he used to be a terrible human being. But he beat Cormier, and then he got popped for steroids. So he beat Cormier on steroids. And Cormier was like, you're a fucking cheater, this, that. Then they fought again, and John was clean, and he knocked him the fuck out again.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So he puts himself to the challenge by having a bender on coke the night before, and then see if he can win or not, kind of thing.
The funny thing about John Jones is he'd always beat people at their own game too, because he's that much of an egomaniac. Like, his ego is that... He's that confident. Like, if he went up against... Daniel Cormier's a Olympic gold medalist in wrestling. John Jones took him down to the ground. First person ever. Just to spite him. Like, and then he would go against, like, Lyoto Machida was one of the most well-regarded strikers in MMA. Beat the shit out of him, grabbed his neck, smashed him up against a cage, choked his body lifeless, and then let him flop on the floor like a fucking doll, like a 5-year-old child.
Wow.
Like, there's a video of him. There used to be this dude in the UFC called Vitor Belfort. He's the reason that... He's one of the main reasons why the United States Athletic... No. USADA, United States Anti-Doping Agency, came into the UFC because he pissed so hot one day that they were like, this is not safe. Like, you're going to kill someone. Like, he fucking kicked this bloke Michael Bisping in the head and detached his fucking eyeball from his retina, and now he's blind for the rest of his life. But he fought this dude, Vitor Belfort. This dude at 18 was like a fucking 37-year-old Brazilian man. Like, he was massive. Just steroid freak. Scariest dude you ever look at in your life. He fought him. Vitor Belfort got him in an armbar, and he pulled his arm all the way back. You could see the bones poking out. His elbow was fucking out here. Looked like he broke his arm in half. John Jones just refused to tap, just shook it off, and then beat the shit out of it.
Wow. Come back.
Like, just some people refuse to lose. And that's... John's not the best fighter of all time. He's got a great fight IQ, and he refuses to lose. Like, he just... I don't have that in me.
It's the principle.
I'll take a defeat. Easy. If something gets too hard, I'm stopping it. And then I'm going to try something else.
How do you, like... Because you said you do a bit of, like...
I've trained before.
And stuff. So how do you feel about when you go into, like, a fight or something like that? Do you just... very respectful of the other person, or you just kind of, I think I can take him?
I've never fought, but I've had like really hard sparring rounds in the gym where they end up pretty much being fights.
Okay.
When you're new, you're way more prone to getting into really hard sparring matches than when you're not new. Like, and also there is certain people, it depends on the gym dynamic as well, because there's some gyms where they're okay with you sparring to the fucking death. Whereas like the M16 where I train, it's not very common. Like, you don't want two people kind of going 100% and trying to fucking hurt each other.
Well, it defeats the community kind of...
It depends though. Some things do escalate and shit happens, but that's fine. Like, there's certain people... There's also when you train, you realise how violent people can be. And you actually get like somewhat of a fear or a respect in you. Like, when I was 18 and I hadn't trained, I'd go out and start a fight in a fucking blink. Like, without any idea of the repercussions. But now that I can see that, this dude looks 13 years old, and he would fucking end my life at any point in time. Like, there's nothing I could do like now you really like, oh, you just don't know, so there's no point.
Yeah.
Like you can truly see how violent some people actually, like they can just turn it on and be so fucking aggressive.
Wow. Yeah. It's just wakens a beast in them, I guess.
Or some people, even like just something as simple as like, if I threw a punch at you right now, you'd blink.
Yeah.
Or like, there's a lot of like fucking maniacs out there that are just keep staring dead in the fucking eye.
Yeah.
Just not flinch at all.
Yeah.
And it's like, but you as like a normal fucking person is like...
Yeah, just take my wallet, whatever you need, man. Just leave me alone.
One thing about like Conor McGregor, he was fantastic at standing, knowing exactly where your punch, like where your range is. So like, he would know that he's safe here.
Yeah.
Whereas if he was 2 millimeters forward, he would get hit. But he would stand like a millimeter out of your range, and he knew that his arm was 2 centimeters longer than yours.
Yeah.
So your punch is going to literally rest on his fucking nose, and his punch is going to knock you out.
Yeah. Right.
That's like, it's the intricacies of fighting that people that just see it as like a sport of barbarians that don't understand what's going on.
Yeah.
It's such a fucking chess match.
Yeah, that sounds like that. So, yeah, right. I don't know. I don't have a fighting bone in my body. I like watching it.
There's a real beauty in it though when you understand, especially like even jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu is so fun to watch when you kind of have an idea of what's going on.
Do you like? I guess that's one of the things I've been a little bit apprehensive about, because like I'd love to do some kind of training like boxing or whatever, but you never know. Like
in Japan, I'd recommend jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got a good body type for jiu-jitsu as well. Real gangly, like long arms, long legs.
So, but most people are like pretty, I don't know about, I guess it's more like thinking about here, because I did the karate in Japan, but I thought I'd try and take it up here, but I'm just kind of not sure. I think living in Japan so long, I've kind of got this like little bit of a warped sense of what home's like. Like I think everyone's going to like start a fight or whatever, no matter where you go.
It's not that bad in Australia.
No, but you like, I think when you live away, I think the issue is that you see everything through
the lens of the world.
On the news, and you read the...
How is Australia perceived by Japanese people?
Oh, they love it. I think Japan is only like, to most Japanese, it's Cairns and the Gold Coast and Sydney.
They don't even know what fucking Adelaide is.
No, but then the community of Japanese people that live in Adelaide is awesome. So good. My mate opened a restaurant about 10 years ago on Sturt Street, and I just went in there one night, heard about it, that it had opened up. It's like izakaya style, and just went in there and I said, oh, do you mind if I practice my Japanese? And I sat at the counter with him, and we started kind of drinking and talking and stuff, and from that I just kept going back, becoming a regular and taking my friends there.
Is it still there?
It's still there, yeah. It's just near the King's Head on King William Street.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And then just kind of made more and more friends from that group of people, and it's like a really nice, like supportive group of people, and I think when you're coming from another country and English isn't your first language, it's good to have a few people. But if you go to like Sydney or Melbourne, it's probably a little bit more I don't know, cold. That's
Well, that's why I hated living in Sydney.
How long did you live there for?
A year.
Yeah.
But you maybe just a touch over, but fucking the people there were so rude, man.
Yeah.
And just not rude. They're just different. Like they got somewhere to be, and they don't want to fucking talk to you about it, which I respect.
Yeah.
But it's like over here, it's like you just nod to everyone. How you going? We're hell docile. We're almost like semi-disabled in Adelaide. Everyone talks to us slower.
And the thing is, like, I was saying before, you see Australia through social media and online and whatever, but then when you come back, it's nothing like what you see on online.
Yeah.
It's like everyone is, for the most part, pretty nice, and they say hi when you're walking past them. If you go for a walk or whatever, like, g'day mate, and Yeah, it's like, it's weird how they're trying to portray some kind of like warped image of it.
It's like America. I had, like, when I was talking to that to Mr. Barnett, Josh Barnett, I was talking to him about how it's funny, the perception that Americans think Australia is just this lockdown hell communist fucking run by the government country.
Is that because of COVID?
Well, yeah, but like, and because we don't have guns. Like, free. I got fucking firearms at my house, but I have a license for. But you can't just go to fucking Woolies and buy a fucking AR-15.
Yeah.
But I was like, what? In what sense do you think Australia's not free? I can say whatever the fuck I want. I can say some really heinous shit to whoever I want, and I'm not going to get arrested. If that's what I wanted to do, I could. Like, you're pretty good here. Like, it's pretty sweet, and you can send your kid to a school without the fear of it being shot in the fucking brain, which is a big one. Or you can send your kid when they're 13 to a fucking corner like deli to go get something, and they're not going to get most likely abducted, murdered, raped, or shot in the head.
Yeah.
Like, it's a pretty good fucking bonus.
Yeah.
But it's sick that you get fucking guns. That's it. That's all you have that we don't have. What do you have? This freedom of speech is so subjective.
Yeah.
Like, you can say, I would never want a country where it's fine to say certain shit to people. Like, what?
Well, I guess they're just in love with the idea of the freedom of having the freedom to be able to do whatever.
But it's so
want.
fake. It's such a fake encompassing thing of freedom. It's not real.
No.
They're not free at all.
No.
Like, Trump's going to fucking kill them all, for one. He's going to get them all
Send
killed.
them to war. Yeah.
They're all going to get killed.
Yeah.
And then, like, America, to me, is the fucking biggest social experiment of all time. That's all it is. It's a big comedy reality show.
Yeah, it is. It's like Australian or American Idol. And
did you watch him and fucking Zelensky?
I didn't see
Did you
it
watch
all.
parts
I
of
saw
it?
parts of it.
Did you see, like, it's like a fucking South Park episode.
Yeah.
It's literally like a South Park episode.
He's, from what I saw, he was just genuinely
Big
trying to
brothering
say Zelensky was trying to say what he, his point of view, which seemed like he was trying to do pretty respectfully, and then they just kind of just, it's like The View, that episode, like the show with all the women, Whoopi Goldberg and stuff, and all they do the whole time is just talk over each other, and like that American culture is really, I got to keep talking over you until you stop, and then I can say my point of view.
Everyone listen to me.
Yeah, because I won the talking match. And it's like, well, is it about the talking match, or is it about the context of what you're actually talking about?
Then you got the fucking, his dickhead, whatever, JD Vance, or whatever that Vance.
The guy on the,
he's like talking shit as well. And the guy's like, Zelensky's just like fucking sitting there like, this is shit.
I just want to get out of here.
And then there's a fucking idiot standing up. You didn't even wear a suit. You didn't even wear a suit to the White House. It's like, this is like a fucking South Park episode.
Say thank you because we're trying to save your life.
It's like, what the fuck? This is literally like Randy Marsh in the Oval Office right now. You wear a suit, bro?
Yeah.
It's America. You're all pedophiles. Like, it's all fucking... The Epstein files got released yesterday. Nothing's changed.
Oh.
There's nothing on... Like, they didn't release them again.
Yeah, right.
They're hiding those.
Was that about who he was in cahoots with or something?
It's his like little diary of fucking... It's all gone missing now. It's 4 fucking years, 5-6 years old.
Yeah.
Like, it's all gone.
The thing that he
unfortunately hung himself.
Yeah. The only thing I catch kind of bits and pieces of news from around the world and a little bit from home, but yeah, I think the thing that's probably had the most traction while I was away was the Diddy.
Diddy's pretty big right now.
Yeah, he's kind of, but it seems like it's also part of a much bigger.
Does that culture does that news reach Japan?
It doesn't. It's very national focused news,
not pop culture.
No, I think you have to start exploring the niches.
You have Instagram, obviously. You have Instagram. You have Facebook. You have all of the same shit.
Yeah. It's I think just how news and information and marketing and all that stuff is presented to Japanese people is different. I don't think there's definitely gossip types of magazines and whatever, but I don't think that what R. Kelly or P. Diddy or Jeffrey Epstein has any kind of direct relationship to Japan.
Which is funny because I would put a lot of money on it that there is a big sex trafficking market in Japan.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah.
And which is not funny, but it's just funny that Japan kind of excludes, even though it's probably a very big part of it. There's probably like a very big underbelly of like the very, very lower class that go missing and end up in these fucking countries and places.
I think also maybe it's a Yakuza thing, and like I'm not 100% sure on it. So
might even be a government thing.
Yeah, but like the old, like 2000s Japan had a lot of like Filipinos, Taiwanese, Russian, Ukrainian, but they seems like they were acquired or purchased somehow.
It's strange when you're younger, you're really oblivious. Like, well, I travelled when I was really young, like 18. I travelled when I was 21 or 20 something. And when I was 18, I was getting fucking loose overseas. And I remember going to I met this bloke who was a promoter for, his job was to fucking get people to come to this strip club. That's all his job was. He was just an English tourist.
Yeah.
And he was like, we became really good mates. He's like, come to the strip club. We'll just have a drink. And when I don't, surprisingly, I don't fucking really like strip clubs. When I drink, I like to be with the boys. I like to drink with the boys and then go party. I don't really like to be stuck in a fucking strip club with a stripper that's trying to fucking scam me out of $1 million. And we went there and I was talking to these girls and they were all fucking gorgeous. They were all like Syrian, Iranian, Persian, like a lot of Middle Eastern girls. And then like I remember like a year later I was like, they were all sex trafficked. Like every single one of them were sex slaves. Like all of them.
Yeah.
And I was just talking to them. And it took me like 1 year to like realise. I was like, oh my God, all of those girls were fucking slaves. Like all of them. No passports, stuck there, stolen from their country because it's war torn. They're fucking human trafficked.
Yeah, it takes a while to realise, like, I mean it's time as well. It's time for that. Eventually that stuff comes out in the news and then you kind of like think back to
a certain moment.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, also when you're younger, it's like harder to put the pieces together, but I think the older you get, you can kind of start to see how things work. And
it's even like as little as when you hang around a mate's place when you're really young, and then in 15 years you're like, oh, they used to smoke weed, the parents, or like just something like that. It didn't click to you because you didn't know.
No,
but now I know, like, oh, my friend's parents were on crack. Like, some of them, like, do you know what I mean? Like, I didn't know, they were just a bit weird at the time.
Yeah,
just hell erratic, just fucking hell happy all the time, and up tinkering at 4 a.m.
Yeah, that's it.
Trying to play Halo.
Oh wow, yeah. So I don't know. Yeah,
it's about that.
Yeah, it's about that.
You drunk yet?
Nah, had a little bit.
What is your drink of choice in Japan?
My drink of choice in Japan is Sapporo Black Label. It's a white can.
Delicious.
With the kind of black label and a gold star on there, and it's really good. If I can't get that, it's probably like Ichiban Shibori, which is the first press beer. I think they sell it here in like a green bottle. It's called something different. But yeah, the Sapporo Black Label is good. I had a bit of a stint of lemon sours.
Oh, man, the sours.
Yeah.
I was like trying to ask the first night I was in because I love sour beers, the kind of craft beers that are sour. Or I was like, oh, is this what that is? And they were trying to explain it to me, but the English was so broken. I was like, just give me, like, because they do 500ml ones everywhere.
Yeah.
Tall boys. And I was like, give me one of them. That was my drink. pretty much the whole of Japan, besides the umeshu or the 9% 196s from the 7-Eleven.
Yeah. Those are very high percentage, and the ones that they do, so they have those, and then they have the no sugar ones as well, and the no sugar ones are the higher percentage. So I wonder, I don't know why they do it, but yeah, like you could have one or two of those cans and just be completely fucked. Yeah. So what made you want to go to Japan then?
Food.
Just
I always wanted to go because of the food.
Yeah.
Honestly, mostly it was the seafood, but I think Australian seafood as a product, we got nicer seafood.
Yeah.
I just think the system at which you're getting it as fresh as possible in Japan makes it better. Like in Australia, we have the means to get better quality seafood, but by the time you're consuming it, it's not as good.
Yeah.
Like it's just not. And our meat is just Australian Wagyu to me is so fucking good. Like Australian Wagyu, because it's not as fatty.
Yeah.
You can eat a whole steak of it. It's more palatable.
Yeah.
But Japanese Wagyu is an experience in its own. It's its own thing. It's not even beef at some points. Like,
have you had that? What's it called? Mayura Station.
Mayura Station beef.
Yeah.
It's just fucking nice, man. It's
Yeah.
just, and even Mayura Station. Or I did try in Japan that. Oh, there's this specific type of Wagyu in Japan that's won every medal. It's the best Wagyu in Japan. It's olive Wagyu. It's got like a slight tinge of like green to it almost, and extremely fatty, but they're fed olive leaves. Like that's what they're fed, and it just makes for fucking such a earthy, weird flavour for Wagyu. It's so nice.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And then obviously it'd be cool to like I went to Hiroshima. That was fucking cool.
Did you have? Did you go to?
Oh, it was miserable, but it was cool.
Yeah, it's
fucking miserable.
It is, yeah.
It's actually fucking very sad.
Yeah,
like I seen a bitch faint in the museum.
It's very it's very confronting.
I'm not a empathetic person in the fucking slightest, and even I was like, this is way too heavy. It ruins your whole day.
The the what's it called? The exhibition hall. You probably saw that where it's all
the dome.
Yeah, the dome. So yeah,
it's just fucking crazy that you do that to people, really. Do you know what I mean? It's just fucking... It's very, like, Hitler-esque.
Well, and Nagasaki's, like, the one that probably doesn't get as much kind of, like, airtime as well. But that's just as bad as Hiroshima as well. I went to Nagasaki once because I don't know. Sometimes I just want to go and not...
Just be sad.
Yeah, be sad, yeah. I just wanted to see what it was all about, what the dome, like what the kind of peace thing...
Continue talking, yeah. I'll get you another beer.
Yeah, no worries, man. But yeah, it's... Nagasaki was kind of just not disturbing, but it's just very meek and sad. But I guess the good thing in Hiroshima is the food again. I had chicken sashimi when I was there, and I also had lots of okonomiyaki. That's famous.
Okonomiyaki is actually goated in Osaka, apparently.
Yes, that area. Hiroshima's got a different style. Hiroshima's got soba noodles that they fry on the pan. And then there's, like the pork and all the kind of regular stuff for the okonomiyaki, and there's an egg on top as well.
Yum.
It's good. The crunchiness of the soba. We've just made a big comeback to food again.
The takoyaki in Osaka is such a fun, drunk street food.
What did you think? So you were saying about mayonnaise before. Like, do you mind the mayonnaise?
I don't mind mayo in some places, but they put I don't love mayonnaise, but in the right spot, fuck yeah. But do you know what was the weirdest thing for me? This fruit sandos.
Fruit sandos, yeah.
But they're so delicious. Like the strawberry. I think strawberries were in season when I went.
Yeah.
And I think mango or peach. I think they had a mango one or maybe a peach.
They often it's kiwi
fruit,
mandarin, and peach.
Anything. One thing I learned in Japan: anything with melon, get it.
Yeah,
melon.
Good, isn't it?
I don't even like melon as a flavour or a fruit. It's such a trash fruit in Australia. But I went and bought one of those fancy grapes. I spent like $75 on a bunch of grapes.
Do you? What was I gonna say? Yeah. Do you know in Japan they have with the watermelon, they put salt with the watermelon. Have you ever had watermelon with salt?
Well, in Greek culture, we eat it with halloumi cheese.
Watermelon?
Or feta cheese.
Yeah, right.
If you eat it, we'll chop up cubes of watermelon, and then we'll chop up the same size cubes of feta or halloumi. And I imagine it's the same, but feta and halloumi is fucking so nice, man.
Yeah, wow. I got to get there.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
The only Greek stuff I've ever kind of had here was like Estia.
Nah, it's fucking shit.
Yeah.
Adelaide has the worst Greek food in Australia.
I'm going to call it right now.
Yeah, we do. It's fucking terrible, man. There's a couple good restaurants, but it's so hard to capture Greek food. Because it's such Melbourne.
Yeah, okay.
It has to be Melbourne. And probably I'd say Oakley in Melbourne. Half the signs are in fucking Greek.
Yeah.
Everywhere. It's just such a great community. But Greek food just translates so much better at a house.
Yeah, because
it's situational. It's so...
Well, and I guess the culture sharing.
It's not just the food. It's like just sharing. It's the yelling in the background. It's the drinking. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's so multi-sensory. It's not just about the taste of the food.
I think I had the same thing with Filipino food as well. Filipino
very similar.
You go to someone's house and it's absolutely wicked, but then you go and pay 3 times the price.
It's terrible.
Yeah, it's not the same.
It's I worked with a lot of Filipinos because I worked at the fish factory on Grand Junction Road.
Oh yeah, nice.
My brother-in-law used to part own it.
Oh, okay.
So I started there when I was very young, 11, 12. I was just doing fucking shit. I was gutting fish and shit. Most of the staff were Filos. And never had Filipino food. Went over one of their houses once when I was 14, 15 for a little piss up. Filos love to drink. And we were drinking, and they had just pork intestines just on the barbecue, just with fucking vinegar and chili and garlic, and just hell drinking food, man food. Filipino food might be the most slept on Southeast Asian food.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's very fattening, but it's good.
It's made to line your stomach to drink 300 beers. They're all big drinkers.
I reckon, just judging by how regular Filipinos kind of go about their day and being outside in the sun, working hard, all of that stuff, I think that kind of food probably balances out. But if you're a tourist and you're just eating adobo and crispy pork and all that stuff, I went there for 2 weeks, man. I reckon I put 6 kilograms on. It's ridiculous. It was awesome.
You've done Thailand?
Thailand, yeah.
Vietnam?
Not Vietnam.
That's a crazy one because Vietnam now is slowly, from what I see, because you can see it from what's trending on food bloggers' pages. Vietnam now is what Thailand was 10 years ago.
So that means in a few years' time
it'll be ruined.
Yeah, absolutely.
I reckon legalizing marijuana, as much as I fucking hate to say it, ruined Thailand.
Yeah.
It made it a weed destination, which brings in Aussies, English, more than normal.
Yeah.
But in Thailand, I would never fucking smoke weed. I couldn't bring myself to do it. I'm just thinking this is a trap.
Yeah.
It's a fucking trap.
Yeah.
There's going to be some loophole that I fucking miss.
That's it. It's the risks, I don't know. I can't do it. But yeah, I don't know. Thailand was a good place to go to. I like the food.
I feel like it's just bastardized a bit now.
Yeah, I haven't been for probably 10 or 12 years now, but I think we're just going to run out of places to go.
Chiang Mai apparently Chiang Mai is really popping now and it's not the same anymore because I was I really want to go to Shanghai. Chiang Mai because it's not as busy and the food looks nice. But now it's just the same as fucking Phuket and
that's why I kind of recommend anyone who goes to Japan to like. I get why you want to go to Tokyo and Osaka and Kyoto and stuff, but there's also so many other awesome places to go and see.
I think you have to experience Tokyo.
Yeah.
That's the only one you can't miss. I could have been fine missing Osaka. I could have been fine missing Fukuoka. Could have been fine if I wasn't into seeing Hiroshima. Kobe, same thing. Like, I could have missed them all. But, actually, where's the other one I went to? It's Kyoto. That's the most fucking bastardized place in the whole of Japan. It's just...
Yeah, it's just...
just white people ruining it. It's just all it is. It's just white people walking up and down. Let's look at this man make mochi. Like, it's just 400 people. Cunt just wants to make mochi. Sure, he's making bank. Like, it's better for them.
Yeah.
But it just ruins the historical vibes.
But there's not a day that you go there where you're not going to get the same thing, like, where it's just, like...
No, it's chaos all the time.
Yeah.
We went to... was it Disney or Universal Studios? Oh, we went to one of them. Which one has the fucking One Piece thing? I think we went to Universal Studios. It was in Tokyo. It was a whole day thing. Or maybe it was in Osaka. It wasn't Disney. It was the one with Super Mario World in it, whatever the fuck that is.
Must be Universal.
Universal.
Yeah.
We went there, and it was just chaos. It was fucking... It was fun to go to.
Yeah.
But it was like chaos.
It's got to line up for everything and stuff.
We paid... It cost me an extra fucking $1,500 to not line up. Like, to get a fast pass, but you still have to line up in the fast lane. But if you don't do that, there's no point going. There's 0 point. You'll go on one ride the whole day.
Yeah, it's a big... People spend a lot of time out. There's, like, I guess for a Japanese person, spending extra money to kind of speed up where you are in the line. I don't know that... Only diehards would probably do that. So most people just have to kind of like...
I'm not an anime person. I'm not like someone who pretends to like fucking Super Mario and... I used to play when I was kids, but I'm not going to fucking jack off over like a Mario world.
Yeah.
Or like... The Harry Potter world was pretty cool though.
Yeah, so that must have been Universal Studios.
The Harry Potter world was very cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to go back to Osaka. Thanks, dude.
One thing with like... How old's your child?
10 months.
What's your boy's name?
Gen. Gen.
What does that translate to? Gensun.
We actually call it, so you, son, like there's Chan as well. There's lots of different ways to say people's names, but because he's still a little bit of a baby, he is a baby, so we call him Gen-chan. So, Gen means string, so like a guitar string or a violin string, but it also is part of like, you know, the first, it's called crescent moon.
Yeah.
And then the one at the end of the moon cycle, it's another crescent, but it's got Gen in it. Mrs. loves the moon. He was born on the 8th of April, so it's got 8 strokes in the character. It all kind of like matched up nicely, but yeah, anyway.
See, that's fucking dope, because in Australia, if you just called your son Moonstringer, people would think... Fuck, this is a bit alternative.
Yeah, that's right.
But if he came to Australia, you'd call him Stringer.
Yeah. Well, that's it, yeah. I thought...
That's a fucking dope.
That's probably what I was going to call him, like Stringer, like from The Wire. I love The Wire. Stringer Bell.
Never seen The Wire.
Dude.
Everyone says, apparently it's like one of the... I got a very good friend that's regular on the podcast, Goobsy, and he always tells me The Wire is one of the best shows of all time, and he's a movie buff. He's a film buff.
Yeah, right. It's awesome, man. I don't know if it's... I don't know. I don't want to say anything untoward, but like The Sopranos is really fucking good. But
Are you going to talk ill of The Sopranos right now?
No, never. No.
We would have fucking massive problems.
Just for the record, everyone, I love The Sopranos. But yeah, like The Wire, Oz. I don't know. Oz was a good show as well.
I try and rewatch Sopranos every like 3 years.
Yeah.
it's so good every time, but it's such a slow build. It's a hard show. Like, my missus, she's 25, so she hasn't seen The Sopranos.
Oh.
And I was like, oh. So we were trying to watch it. I just wanted to show her a couple episodes, and you forget how slow the build is. Like, it's not like a modern show that's a limited series, so there's 9 episodes and it's fucking bang, 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 bang. It's a real slow, aggressive build.
Yeah.
And then I just finished rewatching Breaking Bad for the fucking 9th time. That might be the greatest show of all time.
You know what I learned with the Breaking Bad? So I watched that like four times now. The more I watch it, the more I can't stand what.
Well,
yeah.
That gives me goosebumps that you say that.
Yeah.
That legitimately just gave me goosebumps. So my missus never seen it. So I was like, we have to binge it, and we're going to binge it. We're going to watch it fucking every day until it's over. 2 episodes a night, maybe 4 on weekends.
Yeah.
She was getting fatigued. I could tell by the end of it, she was like, oh,
Please stop.
But it's so good. Like that. I always say it's the best character building show of all time. It takes a whole season. It takes you a whole season to just build these characters so you know them so well.
Yeah.
And then it just fucking hammers you with this bullshit. And Walt is a fucking cunt.
He is.
Jesse gets fucked.
Yeah,
I used to hate Skylar. The first time I watched the show, I was like, that bitch is fucking useless.
Yeah.
Now,
You sympathise.
I've watched it like 5 times. You really sympathise with it. I sympathise with Gus, the drug lord. Because I'm like, he was running such a good thing.
Yeah. And then he fucked it up for him.
Did you watch Better Call Saul?
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah.
That took me by surprise so much.
Yeah.
I've always wondered if someone hasn't seen Breaking Bad, if they should watch Better Call Saul first.
Yeah, that's a good kind of like step into Breaking Bad for sure.
Because you'd have so many like little like winks to Breaking Bad that you could refer to during Breaking Bad.
Did you prefer one over the other, or did you kind of like...
I preferred Breaking Bad, but Better Call Saul was like surprisingly good. It took a whole... Like, much like Breaking Bad though, it was... The first season was just character building.
Yeah.
And then it really fucking kicked off.
But I reckon... what's it called? The Wire. You'd probably like it because it's... Yeah, I think it's 5 or 7 series. I can't remember. But the guy who does it, I think his name's David Simon. He just understands the location that he's doing in, which is like West Baltimore and Baltimore City and stuff like that. But he just has like... He gets how it all works in the city and how he tells the story is fucking awesome, man.
What's the one with Matthew McConaughey? It's really well touted. It's
is it True
Crime, True Detective. Have you seen that first season?
I saw a few episodes of it. I was into it. Yeah.
That is one of the best experiences ever.
Yeah.
That is so fun. It's fucking dark.
I heard that him and what's the other dude's name? One of his best mates, Woody Harrelson.
Oh, yes.
Apparently related. I didn't know that.
Are they?
Yeah, apparently they are. They're very close. Some family circles, but I don't know. They only realise.
I can see it for sure.
Yeah,
like they do kind of seem like cousins.
Yeah, they smoke weed
together. He was on Joe Rogan.
Who's that?
Woody Harrelson.
Oh yeah,
like 2 weeks
recently.
2 weeks ago, a week ago.
Yeah,
it was terrible.
Oh, was it?
They were so high, like
okay,
incredibly high.
Yeah,
and they just talked about COVID and politics for 3 hours. Didn't ask him about any of his fucking movies.
Yeah, it can go either way when you're high, I reckon.
Well, it's like Joe's such a political advocate now. It's like you're a fucking comedian cunt. Yeah. Ask him about Ed TV.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, that's right. Cheers.
Ask him about fucking Cheers or Zombieland or something.
Yeah.
Just something.
Yeah, I know. It's
did someone accidentally grab someone the wrong way on the set of fucking Cheers? That's what I want to know. I don't want to know about fucking politics anymore.
That's why I don't know. I'm very sporadic about what I listen to. If it's anything like, again, no offense to anyone who's into like, sports or whatever, but I don't really get into the MMA, like the really long 3 hour with his mates kind of chat.
Oh, that's my kind of thing.
Yeah, but I can see why it is. But then he, like, when he's interviewing other people, he just gets into these, like, if you even kind of like mention anything about MMA or talk to about you blue in the face to some dude who has no idea about MMA, and like kind of just doesn't seem very relatable, or he's talking over the other person, and I don't know, I just don't really I can see why people like it, and maybe it seems like a few years ago Joe Rogan like was really cool, the level of guests that he was getting in.
He's just older.
Yeah, he's just older and more set in his ways about what he wants and how he can probably protect his riches.
If I had I'm telling you now, if someone come up to me and offered me fucking 50 million, not even the 400 or whatever the fuck he got, I'd be changing my tune. None of you would ever hear from me again.
All of you can fuck off.
I would be the most left-wing fucking trans rights person.
What do you want me to say?
What do you want me to think?
Oh man, it's a hard call. Hey, like if you got offered $1 million to somebody to take this podcast,
Done.
Yeah. Like
Done, I'll start another one.
In this day and age when kind of money seems to matter a lot, like because everything's so fucking expensive, as if $1 million on the table wouldn't kind of change your tune about things.
I will never work when I don't need to.
Yeah.
Like, if I have an opportunity to make an exorbitant amount of money, which creates an environment where I don't have to work ever again, I'm never working again. Ever. I'm not one of those people, I'm going to work till nah. If someone come up to me tomorrow and offered me $20 million just randomly, done. I'd be fucking done.
That's why I don't really like working. Like I've tried so hard for such a long time to work in an office, and I just don't like, hey mate, you didn't put that number on the same line in that spreadsheet as this spreadsheet, and so we're going to have to pull you in for a meeting, and do you know why you didn't do that? And like just all that really redundant kind of work.
You're a copywriter?
I'm a copywriter.
What does that entail?
Lots of writing about all different stuff. It's more like marketing kind of stuff. Yeah. So if you're doing something that like you're selling a product or whatever, and you've got a mailing list of people, but they're not sure if they want to buy your product or not, I write sales emails for them. I write things like newsletters and blogs, and but it's not just like writing a blog. I guess there's a bit of a science to it, especially with like writing blogs, because you want it to be able to like appear on Google on a search page. So you have to kind of, say if you wanted to do MMA or whatever, you have to kind of find what the keyword,
the SEO, the search engine optimization.
Yeah, and you might not be able to compete with the UFC as like being on the first page, but you might be able to get down the bottom of the first page. So you just kind of like build a bit of a plan of attack to get you there over a course of time. But
fix my algorithm. What the fuck?
Yeah.
On my YouTube page.
But it's actually not as hard as I thought, because I've been trying to do it myself recently, but I think there's so many people that say that, like, this is again like online hustlers and stuff like that. They're trying to sell you things that you can actually find out for free on YouTube and figure it out for yourself.
All of those financial fucking...
Well, no, not financial. I've got all the keys like to Instagram. E-commerce. If you want to buy my course on how to be good at Instagram, pay me like $1,000 US, and I'll give you this program. So it's all about the sale, and then you go and you buy the product, and then you start learning this course, and you realize it's a piece of shit.
You could literally go on ChatGPT for 2 hours and learn the equivalent.
Yeah, someone's already made the course for you on YouTube, but it's probably not very good quality recording or anything. But the substance is all there that you need to be able to like excel. But these guys are just doing all about the sell, and then when you buy it, there's like this really convoluted T's and C's. So when you want to reclaim your money, if you're not happy with the product, they always say 100% back no questions asked. And then when you ask for it, you like have to go through all these fucking loopholes to get your money back. It's fucked, man.
I've never heaps agreed with like algorithm manipulation with podcasts. I think it's just not the right. I feel like you'll attract like maybe one video will get like 100,000 views, but you'll get fucking 150 subscribers from that because they don't give a fuck about your content because you've just manipulated the algorithm to reach heaps of people. Whereas if a podcast naturally reaches people when you build, it's a very slow fucking build.
Yeah.
Like if you slowly build, you're building a core audience.
And like you need I think this is something that I've learned, but also something that I tell clients as well, is that you gotta be in for it for a long haul, like, because maybe a year nothing happens at all, maybe 2 years nothing happens at all, but maybe 2.5 years in you do something that absolutely fucking just peaks and it's really good content and you don't have to manipulate the algorithm or anything like that, and then all these followers come. But if you hadn't done that 2.5 years work to get there, then like you'd never reach that kind of goal. But I think a lot of people just want that instant success now.
Yeah,
because like that's the marketing side, and that's why I kind of don't. I like marketing, but I don't really like kind of
the dirty game of marketing.
It's dirty, man. Like most of the people that are on Instagram selling you stuff are selling you fucking absolute shit, but people are kind of like desperate as well because they maybe they don't have the money or the job and stuff yet that they want to get, but they want to be successful, and success equals money. And how can you make 6 figures every year? Here's my proven method to do it. And once they've sold you down the river, like you're not any better off than when you started, kind of thing.
That's why I do this shit by myself. I'd rather fucking make mistakes myself than I've like bumped shoulders with like certain influencers and certain bigger podcasts and shit, and you can tell they're just so fucking disingenuous. They don't want you to do well at all.
But I respect the way that your approach, because like you get who you want. You have a kind of like a pretty open format. It's not driven by any marketing agenda.
And I'm not gonna prod for views.
Yeah, and like I think that's more authentic, because everyone talks about being authentic online and stuff, but that's actually being authentic, because eventually you're going to get somebody that really resonates with the guest, like the guest that you had that you put up the other day on Instagram.
Ryan,
the blind guy.
Yeah, Manners, yeah,
like
Ryan.
Just like he said a story about, because with the face-to-face communication, you can see people, and that's such a big part of communication of human beings in general. But blind people don't have that, and it can be very isolating. And I was like, fuck, man, I've never ever heard that
just
before.
like a how you going.
But by saying how you going is like can really turn someone's day around. And for a minute, just imagine what they might be feeling on a day where they're feeling excluded because they can't get that communication side. But I heard that on your podcast. So like that's really, people really resonate that. And I saw comments that came on that post as well, and it's like,
they got hammered.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. It's like, it's really good to hear, like, and the other one, the child sex.
Andrew Carpenter.
Yeah, that was awesome too, man.
He's not a child sex offender. He's
no.
He's a lawyer that it makes he and shoes and attacks child sex offenders.
But just to hear that, because I think everything is like that. You maybe podcast world and stuff is so big, like that you can't relate to it. But when you hear something about something that's happened in Adelaide, or you meet somebody who's from Adelaide doing something that's good in the community, that's something that anyone can do in the whole world. But to hear it from Adelaide, it's like that gives people, I honestly believe, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass, but that gives people like hope and motivation to be a better person or to go and chase their goals and shit like
It's just
that.
there's so much Adelaide. Do you know what shits me? I'm such a fucking big advocate for Adelaide. If there was an army and we were all going to fucking war, I would jump in the fucking infantry for it.
Yeah.
Because I just love Adelaide. I really love it here. I love South Australia in general. And we've been so shit on by the other states for so long.
Yeah.
But during COVID, when they were all fucking locked down and their house prices were crashing and Adelaide's fucking dope, let's all fucking move to Adelaide. And Dan Andrews, the fucking cocksucker from Melbourne, Adelaide, why would you want to even go there?
Yeah.
Guess what? Everyone fucking came here, and now no one from here can afford a fucking house anymore because of all of you.
Yeah.
All of you came here and bought our fucking houses.
You fucked it up.
And you fucked it up. And it's been good for years. It's been so good, and it's fucking good, and we got cool people. We got such cool fucking people here.
Yeah.
We got you'd never even hear of some of these people that are here. Fucking Ravi Hammond, I've had two, the AI engineer, worked with NASA, fucking just jiu-jitsu people, fucking MMA people with crazy stories. There's so many cool fucking people here.
I reckon the one of the first times I caught onto you was Slim Krusty.
Slim Krusty is the fucking dopest cunt in the world.
Yeah, I'd seen his video probably a year or so before that.
Was it the Nang Bong?
So was it something about cops? Transit cops. You're not quite cops.
The Mikey, that's the Mikey.
Yeah, wicked.
Yeah.
But just his musicianship and
phenomenal way.
And listening to how he came up playing music with his old, I think he's an old man or something like that.
So talented, dude.
Yeah. And I heard he's coming here in March or something like that.
It's coming here soon. Would you be here?
Yeah, I'll be here.
Oh, dude, he does the raffle. The raffle's the coolest shit in the world.
Yeah, nice.
Have you heard of it?
No.
He told me on the podcast.
Yeah.
It's a raffle.
Yeah.
So he does this thing where he has a bucket at his shows and it's a raffle.
Yeah.
So if you put a cigarette in, you get a raffle ticket. If you put a thong, you get a couple. If you put a pinger in there, it's 10.
10
Put a gram, it's 10.
Yeah.
Put fucking some ketamine, some mushrooms. Fucking pack of cigarettes is 5. Whatever. But then whoever wins the bucket.
Yeah.
And then by the end of it, there's so many drugs.
Jeez.
And so many I don't think he can do it anymore legally.
Yeah.
But there's so many. This little woman won it at his last show in Adelaide, and she's carrying around this bucket full of fucking cigarettes and drugs.
Jeez, it takes the meat raffle to a new level, doesn't it?
It's the Slim Krusty meat raffle. He's a very fucking good musician, man. He's a very smart dude too.
Yeah, that came across in the interview as well. But it's so nice to hear people like that talk, because at the end of the day, everyone's just kind of all just living life, but it's good to get people like that, because they feel more human and more accessible, especially on a podcast like this.
Do you know how wankered he was when he performed on this podcast?
It was pretty.
He was fucking tanked, and he had a show that night that we went to, and he was after the pod. He's like, I don't know how I'm going to do this show, but he fucking did it, and he's one of the only artists I've ever met in my life that is way better live than in the recordings.
Yeah.
He is so much better live.
Yeah.
And it's just his guitar work's so simple, but it's so good. He's it's not simple at all, actually. His guitar's fucking just very good.
Yeah.
And his singing's good. He's just a fucking good dude.
Yeah, I think you've I don't think I've listened to the episodes, but the hip hop community here as well seems like it's pretty in a good spot. The music scene in Adelaide seems pretty good as well, but
yeah, Adelaide hip hop's really well regarded.
Yeah,
around Australia, we got some fucking really hidden gems here.
Yeah,
we're the home of the hilltops.
Yeah, that's something I'd always really love to, because my ideal setup is I don't know, I don't want to say the Roots, but something like that where it's live hip hop. I've seen De La Soul once when they had maybe a 20-piece band. I've seen them when that's just the 3 guys and the DJ playing, and that was okay. But when I saw the 3 guys and the DJ plus 20 people on stage with horns, drums, like keys, backup singers, everything, and I think they were doing 3 Foot High and Rising, one of the like famous albums. It was like so fucking good, man. Just the movement of air. I've always wanted to be able to play bass, because play bass in a live hip hop band with anyone that's fucking willing to do it. But the problem is I don't live here, so it's like it's hard to do. So you end up, I've done a bit of like the file sharing. Someone's got a beat, I'll play a bass line, then they just chop it up and keep what they want and get rid of what they don't. And that's fun. It's like nothing more fun than playing something live though. Performing in front of people. Like I always, because I played music since I was young, so I played like in our school concert band and all that, like, you know, where you have to play in front of people whether you want to or not. And like that really helped me to become like a performer. So I have no issues whatsoever in getting in front of people, but like moving around, because my teacher always said just move around, smile, look like you're having a good time, because if you do, then it's going to make the people watching you at least feel like they can have a good time too. So, but yeah, there's some guys in Japan I'm starting to link up with and sharing a bit of files and stuff like that. But I want to take it to, let's go and play a live fucking show with, you can play the drums on the pad and the samples, I'll play the bass, get some like rappers up on stage, and let's just do it, see how it goes. And if it goes well, maybe we can get some more people and do it.
Do people in Japan get sick of Western influences?
No, I think it depends on the people.
Have you heard of Johnny Somali?
Oh, dude, I fucking hate that guy.
He's a fucking cunt.
Yeah.
He got arrested. He's done.
Yeah, he's gone for... And that's in South Korea as well.
Yeah, he got fucking done in South Korea. You'd be lucky if he doesn't ship him to North Korea.
What a cockhead. Like, I never understood that kind of like... if you send me $20, I'll do something like really offensive to somebody.
Play the fucking siren that happens right before we're about to get fucking bombed in a 7-Eleven. Yeah. Like, hell funny. That's so funny. That fucking idiot.
The thing he did on the train, like saying, Hiroshima and
Nagasaki.
Yeah, and then some like Asian dude, but from Texas or whatever, and he comes up and he goes, "What the fuck are you doing to," like, don't bother this guy. But yeah, like what a way to make your career on something is like. And then like, how could you ever get it? Because like after his jail term, how the fuck's he going to get a job anywhere?
Zero.
So you've just killed your whole life.
He banned from Korea. He'll be banned from Asia. Like, no one's going to take his shit. He's lucky he didn't fuck around in the wrong country and die.
Yeah, he went to Israel as well.
And he fucked around with the wall, they're like a really religious...
Sacred wall.
Sacred fucking wall where they all pray. Put like a fucking... He was being a dickhead to it.
Yeah, I think he got... and I heard that in Japan as well as in South Korea, they were out for a bit of a manhunt and like just beating the fuck out of him whenever they saw him.
They were.
In Japan, some of the Yakuza got involved and they confronted him and like slapped him around a bit and stuff. But rightly so. It's like, don't be a fucker. If you don't know about a country, don't go in there.
Well, the thing is, he did know. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was just doing it because he knew it was rude. Like, going around and saying, "We fucked you up with Hiroshima." Like, oh yeah, okay, that's fucking wild to say.
Yeah, I've seen that recently. And the other guy's Jack Doherty or whatever.
Oh, he's a cock of a person too.
But like, he's made his whole career off being just a
nuisance.
Piece of shit.
Nuisance.
And when he crashed that car, he's like, gets the dude who's...
Yeah, his mate's dying.
Yeah, can you film me? Yeah. And like, he bought him a jet ski or something to say sorry.
His mate's like profusely bleeding out of his fucking head. Just crashed a Lamborghini or McLaren, whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah, that's just not... I don't understand. Like, again, I probably sound like a fucking boomer, but it just sounds like... It sounds like it's the wrong way. It's not the right way to be a human being.
Do you know what the real shame of it, and it's brutally honest, but the real shame of it is one day these cunts are going to die because they're going to cross the line, and then people are going to feel sorry for them. And that's the sad thing, because you shouldn't. Because they are fucking idiots. Like, they're just fucking idiots. And, like, if you push the line, you're going to find it, and go do that in South America.
Yeah.
Go do that in South America. You will fucking die. Even some of the shit he was doing in Japan, do it in Australia. Go do that in Sydney or Melbourne or Adelaide. You'll get fucking knocked out.
Yeah. And it won't be very long until someone comes up and starts, you know, confronting you about it. But yeah, it's fucked.
To do it to such shy people, though. Like, they Japanese people get so... The secondhand embarrassment for them is wild.
Well, I take, like, for me, I've kind of, you know, been there long enough that I know about what's going on, and I always kind of thought maybe I could do YouTube or something about what's life like in Japan, but I wouldn't do it now because everyone does.
There's a very good Westerner that does it. He owns a bar.
Oh, really?
He does very, very, very good, like, what's Westerner in Japan type videos.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to have to show everything to everyone. It's like, find out for your fucking self.
Yeah.
You know? I think that's the beauty about exploring another country.
I believe it's Japan abroad.
Broad in Japan.
Broad in Japan?
Yeah, I know the guy.
He's cool.
He
seems like he was the OG.
He was, yeah.
Now he's got PewDiePie.
Yeah.
He's got the poods.
Yeah.
Have you seen him?
I haven't. Yeah, I think I know he lives in Tokyo somewhere, but he
looks like he lives in a mountainous area, like maybe an outskirt.
Oh, does he?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It looks like it looks like he lives in some form of suburbia of Japan, of Tokyo.
Yeah, I'd say it would be Tokyo, and I've heard that he goes out surfing a bit, like down. It's called Enoshima, so it's like one of the surfy beaches down. Like,
he's the GOAT, man.
Yeah,
he's the greatest of all time to ever do it.
Yeah.
And now he just does the most wholesome family content of all time whenever he wants.
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Like, he's reached his goal, and now you either like him for what he does or don't.
But dude, fucking, he had a kid, and like, it's weird. It gives me goosebumps, man.
Yeah.
I used to watch this cunt. I watched him when he dropped the fucking N-word live on stream, and he had to apologize for it.
Yeah.
And then you watch him like slowly become a man. It's like he was a kid when he started YouTube, and now he's a fucking man. Yeah. And he's so successful, and he has a beautiful wife and a beautiful kid, and they live in Japan. And to be a millionaire and then move to Japan, obviously his life would be a lot easier than most, but it's still a very big life adjustment.
Yeah. I wonder, like, I don't follow him kind of religiously or anything, but I wonder what made him want to move to
culture.
Yeah.
He was very embedded in Japanese culture.
Yeah, okay.
Whether it be anime, lifestyle, food.
The abroad in Japan guy used to live the prefecture across from us, Yamagata, but then he's lived in Sendai, which is the big city above us, but now he's in Tokyo, so it just seems to make more sense for him for a, like, business kind of point of view and business opportunities. He's got like marketing, content creation, and all that stuff going on. He helps other YouTubers come up, but like there's seems to be he's totally from overseas, but there's in Japan there's a half, like hafu, which is half Japanese, half
hafu.
Yeah, like you say it anywhere else in the world and it's really kind of racist, but but my son is hafu because I'm not Japanese.
He's a muggle.
Yeah, he's a muggle. Yeah.
He's a muggle.
He's a
hafu.
Yeah, hafu.
That's so. Where does the sun come from? Sun.
Sun's just like.
Oh, what does that mean?
It's like a Mister.
But you put it at the end.
Yeah.
So what would I be?
Sabu-san.
Sabu-san.
But V would be B, so it'd be like Sabu-san.
Sabu-san. That's dope.
Yeah. Then there's like San, there's Kun, there's Chan, there's all different ways you can kind of say it. But like I'd probably say, what's your family name? Are you going to prepare to say that?
My like last name.
Yeah.
Christodoulou.
Christodoulou. I'd say Christodoulou-san.
Christodoulou-san.
Yeah. So
Always last name.
Last names like the.
Do you have like the son of? You know how some cultures will relay you as the son of this person.
Oh right, yeah. Well, that's actually what I think in Yugoslav, like
it's a very Yugoslavian, Russian, Soviet Union thing.
Yeah, so I'm Petkovic, so it's like son of Peter. My dad's name's Peter, but that's not the reason why I'm Petkovic. But yeah, like I think that Kovic is like, or Vic is the
son of.
Yeah. So I don't think there's anything like that. But there's definitely family names that are really popular in Japan. Like my wife's family name was Watanabe, and that's like a very common name. There's like Sato, Saito, Suzuki, Tanaka, like all those kind of like family names. But then there's all this like also family names that are kind of like, I don't know, they're like out on the fringes of normal society. There's a whole bunch of Japanese names that the guy who owns Uniqlo, like a Japanese clothing company, he's got this surname that is like, historically, he's like, an outcast kind of
poet, like I come from lower born.
Yeah, so and it was only like maybe 50 something years ago where they changed the discrimination laws to include them into society.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but like this is for like hundreds and hundreds of years. These people that had these names, they were considered like pieces of shit,
peasants.
Basically. Yeah. So, and the guy who owns one of the biggest companies in Japan has one of those names.
Who's the bowler? So, like, do you have like Rothschilds over there? Who's the bowlers of Japan? Was there any conspiracy going on in Japan? Was there any
like
folklore?
No, not really. It's probably like I don't know about rich families. That it's kind of news that doesn't really, like, they don't say whoever the version of like Jeff Bezos is in Japan is now he's the richest guy in Japan. They don't really kind of report on that. So
there'd be a lot of political members and stuff, eh?
Yeah,
is there like a democracy in Japan? Do you vote?
I can't vote, and I'll never be able to vote. But my wife can vote, and she doesn't. And I think
so you can choose to vote.
Yeah, it's like America. So after the war, America basically said, "Here's our government system." So
I don't feel the voting process means a single thing.
No,
especially when it's all done by paper. Why is everything else done electronically in America?
Yeah.
Why is everything else done electronically besides the most important thing?
Yeah, we'll make it paper-based.
Yeah, we'll make it paper-based. Yeah. It just makes more sense.
But so many people don't vote. Like, they don't care. They don't care about their future. And
I don't. I've never. If I had the option to not vote, I wouldn't vote. I just don't think. I think they're lying.
Yeah, well, it seems to be that case, doesn't it?
I just think each party, neither of them have your best interest at heart. Either way, no. Like it's just a facade to get into the government.
Well, it's all a form. Everything has gone from like values based to
profit.
Marketing
to profit.
Yeah, so it's all so profit. So profit, marketing, PR. It's all about.
It's all about exchanging information. It's like every app. Instagram doesn't make their money from fucking being Instagram. They make their money from selling your information to fucking websites.
Yeah.
And like marketing tools.
Like they say you're the product because you're not paying for it.
Fuck yeah, I get trapped like that all the time. I'll be scrolling on fucking my phone and I'll just see something that I would have never have wanted to buy, but my phone knows I want to buy it.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a bit of a period of time a few years ago when, like you ask your mates and go, I reckon my phone's listening to me.
It is.
And yeah, it fucking is. That's why you're getting the ads.
It fucking is.
So, yeah.
And if it's not listening to you, the algorithm's so good on it that it just knows. It knows from your conversations you're having in text messages. It knows from fucking everything. It just knows. It's perfect. I love it. I would never change it.
I turn off all of those things. I don't know, that's kind of like a hangover from working in a bank. Risk. Everything's risk. So I'd turn off as much as I possibly can to keep myself private.
Did they make you?
No, it's just kind of like, because
Just from like fraud.
yeah, because fraud, money laundering, scamming, all of those things. You just kind of because the bank gets any bank gets such a big volume of those types of things. They've got enough data to kind of report on it, and it's like, yeah, it's frightening to hear how many people get scammed, and like, again, you see things on YouTube. That's the cold face of it, that people like are getting like scammed over. They get an ATO thing and they just foolishly click on the text message link there, and it takes them to some fake page, or they get a phone call from a random mobile phone number, not like a government number or whatever, and they're able to redirect numbers and stuff now. But like, you get a random phone call from someone and they just say that they're from the ATO, but they're calling some like 80-year-old woman, and like, she doesn't know any better because she's not kind of up to date with how scams work and all that stuff.
Oh, there's a YouTube channel that focuses solely on fucking over scammers. He's a hacker.
Yeah.
And he breaks into like mainframes of hacker infrastructures in India, and he like goes into their CCTV footage and he'll look at them while they're scamming, and he'll put on a AI grandma voice, and he'll waste 12 hours of their time and just fuck with them.
Good on him as well, because like, they're doing the same thing.
Yeah, they're pieces of shit.
There's something that's kind of linked to Japan. So some Aboriginal woman, it's on Four Corners, I think, she got caught up in a scam, like an online love scam with some African guy, and the guy groomed her for like 2 years. So she'd built up this rapport, and he'd built up this rapport with her over the time, like the period, and there's like genuine kind of connection and love and whatever, sharing pictures and this and that. Family members could call him, and it all felt pretty normal. So he'd asked her to go to Laos and pick up a suitcase, and the suitcase was just filled with meth. Oh. And so she brought this suitcase into Japan and got busted at the airport, and then straight away she got arrested. So she couldn't talk to anyone. She could only talk to her lawyer. She couldn't talk to her family, anything like that. And she had to serve 6 years for being in this kind of like online scam relationship. And she was only doing what she felt was right. She felt in love, but she was seduced. And this guy's gotten away with it for like scot-free. But she's got to spend 6 years in jail.
Japanese
jail as well. It's fucking just, like that scam stuff is really, really scary. I don't know what the data is on like younger people getting scammed, but I'd dare say the older people.
I'd say if you're sub 35 and you get scammed, you kind of deserve it.
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
Like, it's pretty hard. Like, they're not good at it.
No.
Like, as soon as I even hear an Indian voice, it probably might be slight tinges of racism. I'll just hang up. Like, I don't know any. Like, I don't know any Indian people. Why would they call me? As soon as it's an Indian, or like it's someone saying they're from my as soon as they don't say my name and they say I'm from your billing, like, you're lying. You would email me. No one calls.
Yeah,
there's no calls anymore. It's all email.
That's generally how it works. Like, they want you to contact them rather than them contact you, because that way it's not a scam, because
you're outsourcing.
You have to go through the processes to do it. But I had one the other week on Instagram, and the person had kind of like duplicated one of my friend's accounts, a Japanese friend, and said, "Oh, can you just verify that I'm your friend? Can you, if I send you a link, will you just kind of say that I'm friends with you or whatever?" And I'm like, nah, that's fucking scam straight off. So I just said, okay, can you send me a picture, because there's a few pictures of us. Can you send me that picture of the time that you came and visited me in Adelaide? Or can you say something in Japanese? And like they just keep responding with more and more English, and I was like, nah, man, like good luck with your scam, dude. So you just block and report them. But you can't, like, as soon as you block and report someone, there's another 10 that have started up other accounts and they're trying to fleece money out of people. So, like, it's just, seems like, I guess, like, those, like, I know Israel, Jamaica, for the American market, Myanmar,
They've got the Golden Triangle.
Yeah. Like
whatever that's called.
They're all set up, to, and they're incentivized to be, like, work hard, but work hard on scamming people because they know that countries like Australia and the United States have lots of money. So
they're also earning bank.
Yeah.
For these, like, countries, like 10 grand a month.
Yeah.
Is fucking, you might as well be earning 300 in Australia.
Yeah.
If you're earning 10 grand a month as an Indian man,
yeah,
and you go back home, you might as well be on fucking $1 million a week.
Yeah, that's it. Can I just take a quick piss?
Of course.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah, you were like, what were you saying?
I just said it must be hard to get things out of people who, you know, like you might be shy or you don't know what to say on a podcast, what questions you're going to be asked. Is it going to be about this, or how should I be honest about this, or shouldn't I say this? And
well, I just fucking, that's why I like to drink on it.
Yeah. It brings out the best.
Like, I know alcohol is terrible for you, but it's the best tool for conversation besides MDMA. And I can't just fucking afford to load my guests up with MDMA.
Yeah, it's going to be an expensive.
It's going to be an expensive venture. It's going to go on fucking 3 days, but it's hard to. I've been really lucky with guests. I've only had a couple. I've had maybe like 5 or less that were. It was hard to break through. Like, I don't know. I'm a pretty honest person though. I don't like. So it's not. It's mostly just hard to break, and not everyone's friendly with people they just meet.
Yeah, well, I've just met you, and
you can't expect like people to just fucking break down their walls and just chat. And some people have like higher end jobs where they won't say their real opinions on things because they don't want it to affect their livelihood, which is fair enough as well. Like, I can't expect everyone just to have such offensive opinions. Like, I have what would be considered fairly offensive opinions on certain topics.
Yeah.
Like, but I'm not, at least I'm not lying. Like, I'm not going to say I think this and then off camera be like, fuck that.
It's hard to be honest, but it's also the best thing that you could possibly do is just to be honest and say
100%.
Yeah, and sometimes that doesn't really kind of resonate with people, but also sorry, man.
No, you're all good.
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't really resonate with people, but at the end of the day, if you're just being truthful with yourself, like that's at least you can sleep at night.
Oh, everyone, like, I'm the exact same on the podcast as I am off it. Like,
yeah.
I'm fucking casually a little bit racist. I like to drink and I fucking like to banter. Like, that's just how I am. That's how I grew up.
Have you had any like confrontational kinds of like? No, it's never got to that.
Nah, the closest confrontations that we've had on the podcast is when me and my mates are all drinking and watching the fights.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's like the when we get a bit arky with each other. But I've never had a reason. I've never had like. The thing with that is, though, I've never had a guest on where I prod them for content.
Yeah.
Like, I could easily prod someone for content.
Well, that's it. And, like...
just cause an argument. But why would I do that? You know?
In the case of us, like, we could have effectively ended this, like an hour ago.
Yeah. No one's going to be listening now.
Yeah.
This is just for us. This is maybe your wife. She's probably just going to watch the rest of it.
End, yeah.
But
5 hours.
It'd be interesting to see if Japanese... I've always really, really, really wanted to do more podcasts with like different cultures, but the language barrier.
I think my friend Yas, who owns that restaurant I was telling you about on Sturt Street, he would be a fantastic guest because he loves drinking.
Because I feel also like doing a Japanese person is different to doing a white dude living in Japan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Your experiences would be so different.
Well, and would be a really good Adelaide kind of person to speak to as well, because he's lived here for like over 25 years. He's like, and because I've met up with him in Japan as well, and it's like he's like a fish out of water there. He can speak the language, and
but they can tell.
Yeah, but he's like he feels like Adelaide's his home.
It's like me, and when I went to Cyprus, like they can tell.
Yeah,
they like you're not from here,
but you speak. Can you speak the language?
I can speak fluent enough to have a conversation.
Yeah,
like I can have a easy I can understand 100%.
Yeah,
I just am shy.
Yeah,
much like I don't think people understand. It sounds weird, but when you learn the language, you don't want to fuck it up. It's an embarrassment thing.
Totally.
And so you get very shy speaking it, and you get in your own head. Yeah. But I can speak it, but I can understand Greek. Like Cypriot and Greek, same language, different
dialects.
Yeah. Very just slight. Cypriot's more like it's more punchy, it's more villagey, it's more Middle Eastern because we're closer to Lebanon and shit.
Yeah.
But I can understand fluently.
Yeah.
But I just struggle to get the confidence to speak.
Yeah.
But I can speak. Like in Cyprus, I was speaking Cypriot like all the time.
Do you feel like that's the only time you're really shy about stuff, is like when you have to do something like that, speak another language? Or
I'm actually genuinely a pretty shy person.
Yeah, right. I wouldn't have picked that of you.
Not shy. I just don't like to. I'm not loud.
Yeah.
Like I'm not, unless I'm fucking tanked. I'm not a loud person at all.
Yeah,
I'm very quiet.
Yeah.
I'm a very private person.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I don't do much besides this podcast and go out with my mates. Like I don't go do shit. I just like being by myself or private.
I think that a lot of people who are doing things like this, like what you're doing, seems that, you have to be comfortable with being by yourself a fair bit, because it takes a lot of work to do all of this in your own time.
It's terrible.
But you also it's fun too. Like you wouldn't do it if you didn't like it, right? So
well, I love it. It's just like drinking. Like I used to love getting fucking obliterated on pills, and I used to like talking to people in smoking areas.
That was your thing.
It's my favourite thing to do. I used to just take fucking 6 pingers and then walk to a smoking area and chain smoke 32 smokes with a random girl or man I just met. Tell them my life story. It's like, just tell them shit that I've never told anyone.
Oh, that's awesome. My thing, I don't know why I used to do this, but I used to just try and accumulate as many business cards as I possibly could. So go into any kind of shop and ask them about their products and services and try and get a business card out of them.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, no pingers involved in that though, but that's a really, thank you. That's a really kind of, it's a good way, because you're probably very socially lubricated and you want to talk. And
I would have been a very, 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 very good business person, like in sales.
Yeah.
Like I'm very attentive to, I wouldn't say manipulation, but I'm very good at seeing where a conversation's going, and I can sway it wherever, generally I can fucking sway it where I want it to go.
Yeah.
And I've always had that kind of ability in me. My sister's very much like that too. She's a good talker, good shit talker.
That's a skill. Very good skill.
I can talk shit about anything. Even if I don't know anything about it, I can still sell it.
Yeah.
That I do know what I'm kind of talking about.
Yeah.
But I used to... Are you familiar with Tim Dillon?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, he's my favourite comedian, and years ago, this might have been 8 years ago, he used to do this thing called fake business, where he used to call real estate agents and just pretend he was going to buy properties and just lead them on and do fake business. And I thought it was hilarious. And I did, without even telling anyone. The only person that knows this is my ex-girlfriend, really. And I used to call people up all the time, 5 years ago. And I was obsessed with doing fake business. Actually, my best mate, Tom, he knows as well. Because I'd always tell him, I'd be like, I did a hilarious one today. I just used to call real estate agents, and I used to inquire about houses for a investor that I worked for. But I used to call up like $1 million properties.
Yeah.
And I just used to be like, okay, is there any zoning issues? Do we have any easements on the title? Can we split this? Has it been subdivision approved? I used to call the councils, and I used to get really fucking deep into this business that I never had an intention of buying. I used to do it with dogs on marketplace. It was getting really bad. It was getting to a point where my missus was like, you got to stop doing this. It's becoming wild.
Yeah.
And one day I got caught out. This fucking agent, she was so on it. I was getting really good at it.
Yeah.
And I called my mate Tom at the time, lived in Sydney. And he was getting a massive payout of like a big payout of money because he injured himself. And he was in Sydney at the time, and there was a house for sale up here. It was 5 acres near this house. I think he was up for like 1.6 million. He was in Onkaparinga Hills, and I've rung up and I'm like, okay, my investor, he's currently in... I just brought my mate into it for no reason, my best mate. I was like, my investor, he's in Sydney at the moment. He actually can't call you because of the current floods in New South Wales, which they were. I wasn't lying about that. And she was like, you called me last week. And I was like, oh no.
Busted.
And I was like, oh no, I'm done. I just hung up and blocked her number. But yeah, I just used to... I like a bit of a chin wag, you know?
Do you ever think that like maybe you could kind of bring that to... Like, I guess, yeah, like you wouldn't want to kind of do that as a job though, would you?
Pretty funny.
Yeah. Because you sounds like you know exactly what you're talking about.
The art of the sale, I don't know. I just enjoy the art of the sale.
Yeah.
It's a real art to it.
Totally.
I got obsessed with it from Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah.
Like, that movie is probably my top 3 of all time. But just watching... Because it's based on fucking true events. Like, people are that good at selling you things without you wanting them. And ever since then, I was like, oh, how do you do that?
Yeah. It seems that people are still pretty...
People are amazing at it now, but they just do it in the online sphere with, like, get better courses.
Yeah.
Like, you want to be a man, you got to do 300 sit-ups.
Yeah.
You got to do 300... You got to wake up. You got to wake up in the morning. You got to do 300 sit-ups. You got to have black coffee, no sugar. Then you got to eat 4 steaks. Then you got to eat like no vegetables, no sugar, just 4 steaks.
Yeah.
Then you got to go to your job, tell your boss to go fuck himself, and then do some sales. then cheat on your missus.
It's very...
Be held passive aggressive to everyone.
And then pay me $199 a month to do
If you're earning less than 200 grand a year as a 21-year-old male, you're a fucking faggot. Like that's the fucking thing that they're sprouting to these 20-year-olds. You're not earning 200 grand a year and you're 24. You're a fucking loser.
Yeah,
dude. It's fine earning 80 grand. It's fine earning 40 grand.
Yeah, it's how you make it work. It's like, I think that whole 6-figure thing is...
Just don't get a coke habit and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
That they all have coke habits.
And don't buy, like, courses that you don't need because...
You don't need a course. If you want a course, go to uni.
Yeah.
You don't need a course, online course. No one's ever become rich from listening to an online course besides the person that has the course.
Yeah. Yeah, because all they're doing is selling courses. But, yeah, I agree, man. Like, I want to keep my copywriting. I want to help people, but I don't want to be in that kind of world as well where I'm considered to be some dude just trying to rinse people for money or whatever. But there's definitely ways to help people that isn't get up and look at the sunlight for 5 minutes and do this and that.
There's actual genuine ways. Like if you're struggling getting out of bed and you don't have a fucking purpose, the honest truth is you don't need a fucking purpose. You just need to get up and do it.
Yeah. You
just need to get up and find something to do. That's the first step. Like, instead of wallowing and fucking, I don't know how I'm going to make 100 grand in a year, start off with making 20. Go get a job at the fucking servo.
Well, all the goal setting stuff is all too...
set realistic ones.
Yeah.
Make your bed in the fucking morning.
They're in the stratosphere. What they're telling you is in the stratosphere, but, if your goal is to wake up in the morning, then why isn't your first goal to set the alarm? You know, like
wake up. I fucking am hell lazy at the moment. I'm the laziest I've ever been.
Yeah,
like I'm just drive wise. I just haven't been on a holiday in a long time, and I get very me and my dad. The one trait we share besides our temper is like wanderlust.
Yeah.
Me and my father have very big wanderlust. I wish I could just see everything, the whole world.
Yeah.
And when I'm trapped in Adelaide or trapped anywhere for too long, I freak out. And I haven't been on holiday since 2023, which is the longest of my whole life. And I just struggle.
It's about time to go out and see something.
Yeah, just anything, a fucking bird, just something.
Yeah.
Just a wombat,
I find it real hard when I'm moving from, so I'll come from Japan and the time difference is nothing.
30 minutes, isn't it?
At the moment, it's an hour and a half.
Before we get into it, Kanpai.
Nostrovia. There you go.
Nostrovia. Yamas. Oh, it tastes like fucking fire.
Second one's better, I reckon.
Better.
Yeah, it gets better. Yeah.
You're considerably drunker. You fucking smashed a lot of beers.
Yeah.
You were hanging on that first one for like an hour.
I'm not the fastest drinker in the world, but it's a good time. Like I said, I think I told you before, I don't really kind of drink, but occasion.
Were you ever like were you like an addict or?
Nah.
You were a hospo worker. You're just a pretty normal you're a chill guy.
You're just a chill, normal guy, kind of, that's, I've drank beers when I was in...
No thievery?
Nah.
What's your favourite type of crime?
My favourite type of crime? Oh, Jesus.
Back in the day, you didn't have like a favourite crime?
No, I didn't. Favourite crime? Oh.
I used to like really, really, really low risk thievery and breaking and into cars.
What's a low risk thievery?
Woolies.
Oh,
Bunnings.
Fleecing a
I'll still fucking steal something from there.
Yeah.
It's just to know I still got it.
I think when I was, I don't know, I was probably always just too scared of my parents and what they would say.
Yeah, that's the thrill.
Yeah,
that's the thrill.
Yeah.
So my sister's... Where was my brother? My brother, he's going to fucking rot me for this. I always forget how. He's like, I'm not fucking 11 years older than you. He's like 10 years older than me, whatever. He's about 10 and my sister's 17 or 18 years older than me. So I was the cunt. I was like, they grew up pretty fucking normal. No tattoos.
Yeah.
No arrests. Nothing. It was all me.
Yeah.
So it's always nice testing the waters a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I never like, it's probably sound like a bit of a prude, but I never did anything like that.
You've been a Japanese man since you were born.
Yeah, I think I have.
Yeah.
That's why I fit in so well.
You're a Japanese man.
Yeah. And I don't know.
Really should watch fucking Godzilla -1 tonight.
One thing I did do in Japan that's probably arrestable is like World Cup 2001. Not World Cup, rugby sevens. So the seven side. Yeah, it was like rugby is quite a big sport in Japan, and they did the World Sevens there. So pre-YouTube, early internet days, no people with cameras and camera phones and whatever. And yeah, we got there early. We took the train into Tokyo and just started drinking real early. And probably by 9:30 or 10 o'clock, everyone's in my group is starting to feel pretty kind of like lit up. And then there was a bit of a break in the day. And then out in the outer part of the stadium, there was like a Wallabies, like the Australian rugby team Wallabies, were doing like a promo thing with Mizuno, which is like a sports brand in Japan, like Nike or whatever. And they were doing like an arm wrestling competition. And because I was like, pretty pissed already.
And you're a big man for Japan.
Yeah, and there was all these kids lining up to arm wrestle, and I was like, kind of just pushing these kids out of the way. I'm like, I'm from Australia.
Oh no!
Like, do you want to arm wrestle me? And then I ended up arm wrestling this dude, and he absolutely trolled me. It was awesome. But they gave me a t-shirt and sweatbands and headband and all that kind of stuff, and just like, yeah, you're a fucking dickhead. But then, so we went back. and kept watching the games and stuff like that. And as the day progressed, everyone's getting more drunk and stuff. In my group mainly, because the rest were Japanese and everyone was pretty kind of timid and docile and stuff. But then this guy, I knew another Aussie guy from Queensland. Like I had a tendency at that time to kind of rip my shirt off for no apparent reason or whatever. But like he'd beat me to it and he'd pulled his pants down, like full down, like ass cheeks spreading, slapping the cheeks and running around the stadium. And these Japanese people were kind of laughing and some people were like hiding their kids' eyes and shit like that. And then I was running around with my top off and we were just being dicks. And then it got to the final game. So it was like I think it was Fiji and New Zealand. So I had two really good teams. Tensions were high and all that kind of stuff. But it had been raining all day long and I was kind of on this checker plate at the top of the first tier. And I don't really remember what happened. But I'd kind of, paro, but like kind of slipped on the checker plate, rolled over the barrier and then like fell off and then hit a cameraman on the way down. And then I landed on the ground. And the first thing, I didn't know I'd hit a cameraman or did anything like that. I got up, was like, yay, the old Australia, yay, kind of thing. And then my friends are like, oh. And then I just had this kind of, there's a photo of me and this like ring of people around me, just like with disappointed looks on their face. They're all like officials from the rugby, the cameraman, the camera team, and all of that kind of stuff. It's probably like 5 or 10 people around me just looking at me with disgust. And then I got escorted by the security out of the stadium into like the management area, and I had to speak to the kind of like the main dude of the stadium, and he was like saying, "What did you do that for? Like, you know, you hit the cameraman, and I knocked the cameraman out, but I had no fucking idea." And I just said, like, I don't know. I tried not to say anything about me being drunk.
They don't have like drunk and disorderly laws there, eh?
No, because you might have seen it.
But that might be an assault law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my mate who was with me, he was like translating for me, and he said, like, the ground was slippery and that's what happened. He wasn't doing anything wrong. And I got escorted out of the building and kind of like booted out. And then next to the stadium, there was this New Zealand Steinlager like bar. So I was waiting in there for everyone to kind of like finish the game and come over. And then I just had the full fucking emotional fit. Oh, what did that happen to me? And like all of that stuff. Could have gone like real bad, man. I could have been arrested for all of that stuff because, like you said, that's I assaulted a guy potentially. I didn't realize I did, but you know, like I landed on this camera and knocked the fuck out of this dude. And yeah, but I'm so glad that
poor Japanese man, just trying to make some money.
The good and the bad thing is that there's photographic evidence of it, but the good thing is that it's not on YouTube or anything like that, because I think
very funny.
Yeah, like I heard stories about like Cypress Hill and whatever, Steve-O, and like they were talking about sometimes when they were going out and just how, you know, loose you could get without anyone sharing that with.
It's interesting you say that, because I recently, one of my favourite bits of media is old school Jackass.
Yeah.
Like, that's what made me fall in love with YouTube. Like, or just old school Jackass content. I rewatched Jackass 1 like within the last year, and a lot of it's filmed in Japan.
Yeah.
And it's so funny that they got away with all of that. Like Chris Pontius will be in like just some store and just rip his pants off.
Yeah.
And just start party boying.
Party boy,
and
that's
like,
right.
And he'll party boy, and he'd be in a G-string, and these Japanese people would be like, "Oh no, oh
what
no."
do we do? Yeah, it's. I think that those days are I don't know, the glory days. If you wanted to be a dick, you could probably have gotten away with it.
It's
then.
still, it's when the authorities didn't catch up to the Western culture.
Yeah, I think what really fucked it up for everyone was that.
But that's harmless. That's different content to like what that Johnny Somali's doing. That's funny.
Or even Jake Paul. Was it Jake Paul?
Logan.
Logan Paul.
It was Logan. Yeah. He's a fuckhead and a half. Oh, do you know what? It might be different now. Maybe he just made a critical error. But that was very bad.
Yeah.
Filmed a dead dude. What forest was it?
It's the suicide forest in Japan. I don't know where it is, but it's like kind of outside of Tokyo.
It's known for people used to go there to hang themselves. And fucking Logan back in the day was doing a vlog and filmed this dude just hanging there.
Stupid.
It's like fucking wild.
Yeah. Like
YouTube's changed so much. I say cunt or pedophile now, and it's gone. My video demonetized now.
Oh really?
Yeah. My video won't be monetized today because, like, when I release this, it won't because I say the word pedophile. I don't bleep it out.
Do you have to say that or do they just AI kind of figures it out?
AI does it, but you can so YouTube have like somewhat of a trust system now.
Yeah.
So before I upload, it gives you options like inappropriate language. It gives you categories, traumatic events, and you can tick them in severity.
Yeah.
Like how severe is your swear? My swearing is always at like minimum 2.
Yeah.
Because I say fuck, but I don't use it with aggressive intent. So it's also intent. So it's hard. But they also scan your video.
Yeah. Right. Man, I guess
it's not funny. You can fucking groom kids online, but you can't say the word pedophile. It's fucking wild.
There's a lot of double standards, isn't there?
Yeah, it's just weird ones though.
Yeah.
So weird. Like my favorite thing to watch on YouTube now is Predator Hunters.
Is that with that Chris?
Not Chris Hansen. There's this dude Skeet. He calls himself Skeet Hansen, and there's not an old YouTuber, but he became famous from pranks. His pranks were hilarious. His name's Gideon. He's a big black man. And he's very funny, but he's like found God, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And now his content's very different, but he has a series now where he baits pedophiles into talking to what they're thinking is a child. And then he fucking rocks up with 10 cameras and fucking blasts them and sends them on the way with the coppers.
Oh, right. So he organises it with the cops as well.
Most times.
Yeah.
Sometimes the cops are cocks about it.
Yeah.
Which I don't understand, but... like, most of the time they end up arrested, like 90% of the time.
Yeah.
And I love that content. I love to watch it. It's fun. It's fun watching a person squirm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Go down. Like when they think they're
about to be the most in control, and then they're the least in control.
Yeah. And deservedly so as well. There's a whole bunch of like I don't know, I think it's probably since COVID where I started watching YouTube a fair bit. But
just bring that mic a little bit close, or you can sit in, or just bring it a bit closer.
Here you go.
Yeah, that's better.
I started watching YouTube a fair bit after, during COVID, because I don't know. I think that was kind of the intent, wasn't it, to get you to keep watching the news and is it going to get better? Is it going to get worse?
YouTube was in a golden era during COVID.
Yeah, but then I thought, I better not like get involved in that too much. So I'll just start watching whatever else. So, like the scammer payback thing. I think you were talking about that. The guy who kind of like calls Indian scam centers and stuff like that. But yeah, there seems to be some. There's a guy called Tommy G, and he's like an American dude, and he just kind of susses out like all the underbelly that goes on in the States, but he seems to be pretty kind of like balanced about who he gets. But I saw so one of the recent ones was where the dudes hijack. They don't hijack because the train's moving or it's kind of docked at the station, but they take all the Amazon stuff off there and they kind of resell it online for a huge markup, or they just try and fleece it at the like cashies or whatever. But yeah, that's it's pretty kind of messed up way to live your life, but it seems to be one of the only ways that you can kind of make money out of, like if you're not prepared to work a job in America, like seems to be the only kind of way that you can make any money.
Have you seen... So obviously everyone in the world has seen Squid Game.
Yes.
Was that like a cultural phenomenon in Japan too?
Yeah, it was. It was. I think the new one has kind of also been pretty popular.
It's very good. But have you seen Alice in Borderlands?
No.
Bro, that is a Japanese show.
Oh, really?
It's fully in Japanese. It's based in fucking Shibuya.
Oh, okay.
And it's very Squid Games-esque. It's so good, bro.
Have you watched any of that? I think it's called Tokyo Vice. It's the guy who kind of like... I think there's a couple. There's a Netflix one where the guy is... it's not the main actor kind of thing, but he goes to Japan and he starts working for the newspaper there. And he's had to learn how to speak Japanese, but he starts to investigate like a lot of the underground like mafia stuff as an American guy.
Oh, that'd be sick.
Yeah, just like it's kind of, layered story because he's got to try and fit into this world that they don't want him to be in. But then he's also uncovering all this shit that no one's prepared to kind of dig into. So
Alice in Borderland for you would be... Korean is better than Japanese film, but Japanese and Korean film are both insane.
Yeah.
Like their movies and their shows are so good.
Yeah.
Like the film is so good there. They just know how to tell sick stories. And with Japanese lore and like Japanese culture, it lends well to great storytelling.
Yeah.
They're very good storytellers. Alice in Borderlands, you would fucking love it. It's so good, man. It's way better than Squid Games.
Yeah, right.
It's way better.
I'll give it a whirl.
But you'd be able to listen to it and just understand it, which is the craziest things. Alice in Borderland.
Do you like UFOs and stuff? Is that intentional on your screensaver?
Oh, I'm obsessed.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely fucking obsessed.
If you come to Fukushima ever, I'll take you to the UFO museum.
Is there a UFO?
There's a Vice documentary about it as well. In,
Really?
Vice Japan. They go visit this museum.
I absolutely fucking love UFOs. That's the one hill I'll die on.
Yeah?
Yeah, like I think if you don't believe in UFOs, you have something wrong with your brain. Like that's one thing. Well, yeah, that's just one thing. That's just the one thing. Like I'm so open to everything. UFOs to me is like, if you don't believe in them, you're wrong. Like you're wrong. I just hope it happens while I'm here. But this is the trailer. I reckon you'd really like this.
Wow, that'd never happen.
Fuck, this show's so good, man. So good.
Mm.
It's such a fucking good show. I wish I could watch that for the first time again.
So that's out now, is it?
Oh, there's 2 seasons.
Yeah, right.
Two seasons.
I'll give that a go.
That's like a bit longer than Squid Game as well.
Yeah.
I think the episode's like 12 in a season. But they came out just after Squid Game.
Oh, yeah.
So it didn't get much attention. But fuck, it's good. And I reckon it would hit different. Like, I don't know how people listen to shit dubbed. Like, if you're going to watch an international film or series, you have to watch it with subtitles. Because then you don't get the voices that are ruining the expression.
Yeah.
And the expression is everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you pick up on so much more.
Well, like, just when if he was saying, seriously, it's like, doesn't sound the same as him saying seriously and it being on, like, do you know what I mean?
Are you fucking joking me,
Are
mate?
you joking, cunt? It's an Australian.
Yeah, they need an Australian dub for us.
Are you joking?
He's fucking joking,
You
cunt.
pull him a leg.
Yeah.
But we will call it.
Yep.
It's been like 4 hours.
Jesus, nice.
been
That's a
4
fair
hours.
effort.
That's
I
a
didn't
fair
think
effort.
I'd get that far. I thought you'd kick me off after 50 minutes or so.
We'll have one more shot, might as well.
Yeah,
We're not
no
going to
worries.
do this for a long time, I guess, until I come to Japan. So we might as well do a little half.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Kampai.
Kanpai.
One thing before we go,
Yes.
I'm going to rocket fire you. I'm going to rocket fire you Japanese dishes. And you say overrated or underrated.
Okay.
Ramen.
Overrated.
Yakitori.
Underrated.
Katsu.
Underrated.
Soba.
Underrated. Heavily underrated.
Heavily underrated.
Yeah.
Motsunabe. Or hot pots.
Underrated.
Sushi.
Overrated.
Really?
Yeah. Australia's made it overrated.
Interesting.
Yeah, you have to go to Japan and eat sushi if you want to eat sushi.
There you go. From the man himself. Kampai.
Kanpai. Thank you so much.
Cheers, brother.
Cheers, man.
Very nice.
I really appreciate the opportunity.
See you later.